At this point, going to ask that participants, if you want to make intervention or questions, you use of the question and answer section. This indicates your designation and the country from and the panelists to whom your intervention is directed. I will ask also that the panelists stick to the 5 minutes that they've been allocated for their presentation so that we have plenty of time for question and answer. At this point, I'm going to give the floor back to the Vice Chair and Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, Commissioner Sala Njai, in order for her to give her opening remarks. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much, Suzanne, for doing the honors of moderating this very important panel as we're speaking right now in the human rights dialogue in the continent in Africa and beyond. As you are aware, we are gathered here for a very important panel to discuss the challenges surrounding implementation of Article 5B of the Maputo Protocol. In addition to that also, we'll have the privilege of launching the second edition of the Maputo at 20 newsletter, which is dedicated to the victims of female genital mutilation. I would like to say from the onset that just this newsletter had been prepared and all the articles were set. But when we had the debacle and the problems surrounding FGM in the Gambia and beyond, we thought it fit to be agile and to respond to the challenges at the time. And we decided to reorient the newsletter and to dedicate it to the victims of female genital mutilation. Because whatever we do, it has to be relevant to the challenges and the context in which we operate. Distinguished delegate, Article 5B of the Maputo Protocol holds great significance in our pursuit of gender equality and the protection of women's rights in the continent. It specifically addresses the elimination of harmful practices, including FGM. In fact, it's the only instrument globally that specifically and expressly refers to FGM and prohibits it. So this is quite innovative. The implementation of this article in safeguarding the physical and psychological well-being of African women and girls serves as a vital tool for promoting the rights and dignity of women and girls in the continent. Unfortunately, despite all the legal framework, despite all the innovative provisions, implementation of this article remains a challenge. Let me highlight some of the challenges that have been identified in the effective implementation of Article 5B of Maputo Protocol. The first and foremost is the deeply rooted cultural norms and tradition. FGM is deeply entrenched in certain cultural practices and traditions, making it challenging to change societal attitudes and behaviors. Resistance to abandoning the practice can be strong, as it is often seen as a rite of passage, a way to control women's sexuality or a social requirement. Overcoming this deeply ingrained belief and challenging traditional norms is a significant obstacle to the implementation of Article 5B of the protocol. Most importantly also, lack of awareness and understanding. Here, I'm not talking about education, because it is clear that we have professionals, doctors, lawyers who actually engage in this practice. So I'm talking about lack of awareness and understanding of the context and the impact of this practice. And this is a very, very, very significant problem in the African context. And in some countries, it is more serious than others. Communities may not fully understand and comprehend the physical and psychological health risks associated with the practice. Lack of awareness about key stakeholders such as community leaders, parents, healthcare providers. I think this is a very crucial issue. Even healthcare providers also lack awareness, can impede efforts to prevent FGM and promote abandonment. In some contexts, also limited access to education. But like I said, I don't want to focus too much on limited access to education, bearing in mind that we do have people who are highly educated, but still engage in that practice. But it is clear that the practice is also deeply ingrained in gender inequality and discrimination. And these are some of the challenges that women continue to be confronted in the continent, and also impedes the eradication of harmful traditional practices in Africa. Therefore, addressing the underlying challenges and inequalities and promoting gender equality is essential for sustainable change and to inform transformative behavioral change. In some contexts also, we have insufficient legal frameworks and enforcement. Many countries have laws that prohibit FGM, but the enforcement is weak and ineffective. Because this actually speaks to the issue of the lack of awareness in terms of both the legal profession, the judiciary, and the law enforcement officers. These are the people, actually the police, who are the front line, who actually are involved in this thing. And this actually perpetuates FGM. So strengthening legal frameworks is so important in effective implementation of FGM. Lack of healthcare and support services also is a problem. Access to healthcare also gives challenges relating to FGM, and the support services required for survivors of FGM. These are limited and inadequate in certain contexts. So that doesn't speak to actually the issue of prohibition, but aftercare also becomes a challenge. And I think this also is actually complicated by the recent trend about the increase in the medicalization of the practice, which I will actually allude to later on. Poverty and socioeconomic factors also play a crucial role in the fight against FGM, because some people actually thrive and survive and benefit from this practice, and therefore they don't want to abandon the practice. So it is something that is poses a challenge in the African continent. Most importantly, I think this is something we have to bear in mind because it relates to Africa as a continent, cross-border and transnational challenges. Sometimes you find that in contexts where FGM is prohibited and works effectively, the neighboring state may have a very lax and weak enforcement mechanism. So people tend to cross and move over. So just like you cross over for trade and business, people actually move and cross to other countries. A multifaceted and holistic approach. And I must say it's not one size fits all. Everything must be context-based, and each country must contextualize its own context and engage in awareness raising, community engagement, legal reforms, healthcare provisions, first leaders, and our international partners. By addressing this barrier, to highlight the Joint General Comment. It's a collaborative effort between my mechanism and the African Community Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. This important document provides guidance and clarifies the obligations of states in addressing FGM, particularly about the rights of women and children. The General Comment reinforces and identifies the multifaceted and holistic approach as a necessary and essential imperative for implementation of state obligation for elimination of FGM in our continent. And I repeat the fact that the multifaceted and holistic approach is a necessary and essential imperative. It's not just about criminalization. It's about education, awareness, sensitization, community engagement with all stakeholders being involved in the process. This actually incentivizes compliance. It also places obligation on all and places advocates that all strategies to combat the practice must be victim-centered. The victims must be at the center of all the strategies we have. Thus, the criminalization of victims is not encouraged, and is, in fact, should not happen. However, despite our collective efforts, there have been recent setbacks that we cannot ignore. Like I said, this is the reason why we had to modify our panel, which was merely for the launch of the newsletter. The attempt by the National Assembly of the Gambia to reverse its landmark ban on FGM is deeply concerning. This regression not only undermines the progress made in the fight against FGM in the Gambia, but also sends a negative message at the national, regional, and global levels. The consequences of this decision are far-reaching and demand our immediate attention. At the national level, we can anticipate an increase in the prevalence of FGM, exposing countless women and girls to the physical and psychological harm associated with this practice. Moreover, the decision may have ripple effects across the region and globally, potentially weakening the resolve of other countries in their commitment to eradicating FGM. So action taken in one country has the effect of actually the ripple effect of affecting the continent as a whole. Furthermore, apart from the Gambia, Concerning reports regarding the alleged deaths of girls in Sierra Leone due to complications arising from FGM, also highlight challenges regarding implementation of laws. This report specifically highlights the tragic loss of 3 young girls, namely Adamse Cisse, Salimatu Jallow, and Kadiatu Bangura, who succumbed to the consequences of FGM and related complications in the past few months. And the commission actually had to take action by sending urgent letters of appeal together with the country rapporteur. Myself and the country rapporteur of Sierra Leone actually took action immediately to raise awareness on that. Apart from the issue of implementation, the recent trend about medicalization of FGM also poses a significant risk and problem in our fight to eradicate the problem. In Kenya, the High Court, being the apex court of the land, upheld and validated the constitutionality of the prohibition of female genital mutilation in 2011, advancing the rights of women and girls to a positive cultural context and to protection against harmful practices. Here, I would like to reiterate the fact that the Maputo Protocol actually is for culture and reinforces positive cultural context. So those who argue that abandoning FGM is against our culture do not speak within the context of the Maputo Protocol, because it reinforces the fact that, in fact, banning FGM speaks to the issue of positive cultural context. However, in Kenya, despite this landmark decision, which is being celebrated worldwide, there have been concerns over the increased medicalization of FGM in Kenya in recent years. And this has risen to about 41% in some areas. And medical professionals are performing FGM in homes, hospitals, and temporary clinics during school holidays. As a matter of fact, the petition that was presented to the High Court in Kenya to question the issue of the ban of FGM was presented by a medical practitioner, the medical practitioner that brought the matter. So this actually illustrates and highlights the fact that medical practitioners actually are some medical practitioners without the right knowledge and awareness. That's why I focus on knowledge and awareness and not education. So despite its criminalization and the landmark decision of the Kenya and the steady decrease in prevalence in Kenya, Kenya ranks 3rd amongst countries practicing medicalized FGM. This is indeed a cause for concern and a big challenge for the effective implementation of Article 5B of the Maputo Protocol, as the WHO has confirmed that FGM has no medical benefit, and it actually affects the health and well-being of women and girls, irrespective of the method and form. Doesn't matter whether you do it in a hospital, in a theater, it has no benefit for women and girls. As we reflect on these challenges, we must remain resolute in our dedication to the principles enshrined in Maputo Protocol. We cannot allow setbacks to deter us from our mission to protect the rights of women and girls. It is crucial for governments, civil society organizations, international partners to collaborate effectively, share best practices, and strengthen our collective efforts to combat FGM. The panel discussions brings together speakers from diverse backgrounds and perspectives, providing a comprehensive review of the challenges faced in implementing Article 5B of the Maputo Protocol across the continent. Each speaker represents a different stakeholder group, offering unique insights, experiences, and recommendations. Therefore, we hope that through the panel discussion, stakeholders can better understand the challenges and complexities involved in the implementation of Article 5B of the Maputo Protocol to combat FGM. The speakers' diverse perspectives and recommendations can contribute to developing more effective strategies, policies, and interventions at national, regional, and continental level. In addition, today, we're launching the 2nd edition of the Maputo at 20 newsletter, dedicated to the victims of FGM. And this serves as a reminder of the urgency and importance of our work. It also provides a platform to amplify the voices of survivors and share their stories, raising awareness and fostering dialogue on this critical issue. In conclusion, let us use this panel discussion to reaffirm our commitment to implementing Article 5B of the Maputo Protocol. Together, we can overcome the challenges we face and work towards a future where every woman and girl in Africa can live free from the harmful effects of FGM. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, and thank you for highlighting some of the challenges that have been identified and opening the conversation around the strategies that can be employed in order to eradicate FGM. Next speaker, we have Mr. Dali Sonko, who is the Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Gender, Children, Social Welfare in the Gambia. Mr. Sonko, you have the floor.
Good morning. Can you get me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
All right. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important conversation. And of course, we are in a situation where such conversations are very important. And it will help us in identifying the pathway in addressing the required situation as we speak. Of course, as I was given the responsibility to look at how best we can galvanize support in terms of looking at the Maputo Protocol, which is also on human and people's rights and on the rights of women in Africa, plays a very crucial role in the fight against female genital mutilation. And there are key issues that we look at when it comes to Article 5B of the
Mr. Sonko, have we lost you?
Hello? Hello?
Please proceed.
Okay. The Article 5B.
Please proceed.
Article 5B prohibits all forms of discrimination, particularly medicalization or pre-medicalization, and it calls for legislative measures to back by sanction to eradicate these harmful practices. The second most important principle is the regional commitment. The African Union adopted the Maputo Protocol in 2003, emphasizing the need to eliminate FGMC. And the protocol aimed to safeguard the rights and welfare of African women. And the third is the state obligation. The state has to have ratified the Maputo Protocol and obligated to take specific actions or steps to combat FGM. And this
Hello, am I the only one who has lost?
Susan, I'll propose that if Deputy Secretary
the provisions. In terms of challenges, and we've realized that there are such situations happening in Gambia, we have what we call legal implementation in terms of looking at how many member states are prohibiting FGMC based on the protocol. And some countries have difficulties in terms of integrating the protocol in the provisions of their legal system, of which we've made a very significant move in addressing such situations. But of course, we are faced with resource challenges, that is inadequate financing and human resources that hinder the effective implementation of the protocol. FGMC, eradication efforts require funding for awareness campaign, education, and support services. We are also challenged with cultural norms and practices which are deeply rooted cultures that perpetuate FGMC in the country, and efforts to ensure that there are community awareness and engagement are essential to challenge these social norms. Ratification and compliance is also one of the problems that most of the member states are also committed to, and 11 almost of the AU member states have not yet ratified the protocol, limiting its impact across the continent. Ensuring compliance with the provisions remains a challenge, and of which, as I said earlier, Gambia is facing a similar challenge in terms of ensuring the enforcement of these laws. And currently, the situation that we are facing, having this private member bill coming up to amend the Women's Amendment Act of 2015, is not actually in the right direction. And at domestic level, we also looked at how best we can, increase healthcare access and ensuring that these services in the rural areas remain as a challenge, and healthcare facilities are necessarily to prevent, the medicalization of FGMC. And the focus also is more on how do we, as a country, educate and ensure there is awareness raising on FGMC and its harmful effect. And despite these challenges, continuous advocacy and collaboration and commitment are essential to FGMC, to the eradication of FGMC and the protection of women's rights. Addressing these challenges required collaborative effort from government, civil society, and international obligations to protect the rights and eradicate harmful effects in the Gambia. I thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Your sound was a bit difficult to hear, but what we could hear, it is important for us to hear the developments happening in the Gambia and the efforts that the government is doing in light of the legal regression threat regarding FGM. Perhaps we can have further interaction during. Up next, we have Ms. Faisal Mohammed, Africa Director for Equality Now. You have the floor, Ms. Mohammed.
Thank you, Suzanne. Let me begin by saying the world over, the practice of female genital mutilation has been recognized as being a gross human rights violation, a form of violence against women and girls, and a manifestation of gender inequality and discrimination. Indeed, the underpinning theory behind the practice of female genital mutilation in different cultures largely revolves around the control of women's sexuality and their marriageability without any regard to their personal physical integrity, the agency, and the right to be free from physical violence. This conceptual underpinning, alongside the egregious harmful effects, both short and long term, of the practice, have resulted in a global unified understanding that FGM is a human rights violation. This recognition has resulted in the proscription of FGM in various human rights instruments, illustrating how it is practiced infringes upon several categories of human rights. And the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, the Maputo Protocol, specifically requires states parts to take all necessary measures to eliminate FGM, including the prohibition through legislative measures backed by sanctions of all forms of female genital mutilation, and so on. Indeed, a comprehensive legislation is fundamental for an effective and coordinated response to violence against women, including female genital mutilation. This is because FGM is a social cultural practice established as a cultural norm. There is therefore need for a counterpoint, a new norm established by law to provide an authoritative focal point to coordinated efforts to prevent the practice. A new communal standard needs to be established, and this can only be done by law. A legal framework also serves to provide legal protections for vulnerable persons, as both legal and administrative structures can be established only through the law. Now, Gambia was in 2015 hailed as one of the best practice countries after removing the reservations on Article 5 and also putting in place a law to protect women and girls from FGM. However, concerningly, the potential repeal of the anti-FGM law in the Gambia could have knock-off effects on other women's and girls' rights in the Gambia, including paving the way for amendments to legal provisions on child marriage and other forms of gender-based violence. Additionally, the ripples of such an action could be felt throughout West Africa and across the entire continent, and risk is setting off a chain of rollbacks on rights and efforts painstakingly made towards eradicating FGM in the region. We can also look towards other countries in the West Africa region to determine the impact of not having specific laws against female genital mutilation. In Sierra Leone in January 2024, 3 girls were reported to have died as a result of FGM, as the Honorable Commissioner mentioned, with close to 90% of women and girls undergoing female genital mutilation that's leading to the gross injuries and even deaths. The absence of a specific law prohibiting FGM in Sierra Leone remains therefore a grave concern. Without legal measures in place, girls and women remain vulnerable to the harmful practice of FGM, denying them their fundamental rights to bodily integrity and endangering their health and well-being. While trials against the perpetrators in the 3 cases of deaths in Sierra Leone are currently pending before the trial court, it's only cases of FGM which lead to death, which are currently being prosecuted. Laws against FGM are not only required by international and regional human rights standards, but are also necessary to deter perpetrators and protect the rights and dignity of girls and women. The outcome of the process in the Gambia could impact what is taking place in other countries in the region, including in Sierra Leone, Mali, and Liberia, which are currently debating binding bills which would specifically prohibit FGM. The latest data from UNICEF, released in 2024, shows that there are 144 million women and girls in Africa who are survivors of FGM. This is an increase as compared to past figures, largely caused by population growth. This latest data shows that the progress towards eradicating FGM on the continent is not keeping pace with population growth, which means that unless we drastically improve our response, we'll have more girls being cut by 2030, as opposed to eliminating FGM entirely by then, in accordance with the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, the challenge of implementation of Article 5 can be attributed to lack of specific laws against FGM, as in Sierra Leone, Liberia, Mali, and Somalia, mean that very few cases of FGM are prosecuted, and even when they are, only in the cases where the girls died as a result of FGM, or when adult women have been abducted and forcibly subjected to FGM, as in the case of Liberia. Backlash in various states, including the arguments that prohibiting FGM is a violation of rights of religion and culture, have already been addressed by the Maputo Protocol, which guarantees the right to a positive culture context for girls, and by the High Court of Kenya, in which upheld the constitutionality of the anti-FGM law in Kenya and found that it did not violate the right to culture. Resourcing remains a critical component of the implementation and enforcement of state obligations under the Article 5. However, most countries have just the law and leave the burden of work to the civil society organizations and UN agencies. Those that set up a dedicated institution to coordinate and oversee programs and actions to end FGM leave these institutions under-resourced. In many contexts, it is seen as a woman-only issue, and yet required actions to stop it go beyond the mandate of the national gender machinery, and this also affects resourcing and prioritization. Now, to get to effective ways of bringing Article 5 of the Maputo Protocol alive, I would say law is still critical, even when dealing with social norms and in outlining states' obligations and measures that need to be taken to protect women and girls from harmful practices, and FGM in particular. Law, at the very minimum, passes a strong message, signal on rejection of the practice, and policies provide guidance on implementation of law and are an expression to some extent of political will. However, the law alone cannot end harmful practices and bring social change. We need a multifaceted approach to tackle this problem. Laws are also only as useful as to the extent we use them. Provide a mechanism for redress and access to justice for women when violations occur, especially now that we acknowledge that harmful practices are indeed a violation and a form of violence. It can open up room for and provide an entry point for conversations in some contexts where even mentioning the word FGM is a taboo. We need to implement a multi-sectoral. I'll conclude. We need to implement a multi-sectoral approach that promotes collaborative action amongst a wide range of state and non-state actors. This approach demonstrates the importance of coherent and joined-up efforts towards ending harmful practices by creating avenues for collective action, enhancing technical expertise, and joining forces to ensure shared accountability among us and a wide range of actors for the benefit of women and girls. And I thank you, Commissioner, for giving us the opportunity to speak at this important gathering. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for highlighting the importance of having comprehensive laws for combating, as well as a multi-sectoral approach that is well resourced in order to tackle this issue. Next, we have Ms. Patricia Nankundaneni, who is the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for asking me to make a statement and also to participate in this session, which I think is really very crucial, noting that FGM-related issues actually touches on the enjoyment of human rights. It is very clear that in accordance with the 1993 United Nations Paris Principles, national human rights institutions are vested with the general responsibility to receive complaints, investigate, monitor, and report on human rights violations, and also advise government concerning issues which may affect the enjoyment of human rights. As per my topic, I'm supposed to talk about the Commission's interventions. So now Section 72A of the Commissions Act No. 9 of 2004 requires us to investigate or inquire into or on its own allegations of human rights violations and to report thereupon in writing. As a commission, we have already an established Directorate of Complaints, Investigations and Legal Services. And as per statistics at the level of the commission, I want to state that between 2019 to 2024, we have received 25 cases of FGM, 9 of which are actually cases related to threats to initiation. I mean, some of them are actually cases where the ceremony was performed, but we have others that are complete threats in which people have been threatened to say, if you don't take action on X, Y, and Z, definitely we are going to have you initiated. So the commission has recorded approximately a total of 25 cases between 2019, to now. And as a national human rights institution, we have had a lot of engagement with government officials and other partners intervening against the practice. The latest being our engagement on the country's draft national strategy on the reduction of FGM, which was done in July 2013 in collaboration with the Forum for Against Harmful Traditional Practices, traditional leaders, parliamentarians, and also, people from ministries, departments, and agencies. That was actually done in 2023. In July 2023, with the intention to revive the draft national strategy again. Because when it was done, we became silent about it as a country. So the commission took a very proactive step to see how we can revive the discussions around it again, noting that for every other day, we are getting cases of FGM. And you could see the several examples actually being referred to Sierra Leone about the death of actually 3 girls. So now on investigations and reporting mechanisms for the commission, when complaints are brought to attention, the first approach is to contact the Sierra Leone police, because we are aware that we had a lot of attacks in communities when you want to intervene. So we do call upon the Sierra Leone police to make sure that attention is given to the commission, and security to make sure lives are also protected. So it's about the right to life and security of persons. We've also immediately engaged heads of the Bondo Society within the community in whose custody victims are normally held, and then traditional leaders who are custodians.
Hello. Have we lost you, Ms. Patricia?
Oh. And my mic is not muted. I'm on. I don't know. Hello?
You're on. You can continue. You're on.
Okay, so I can continue?
Yes. Susan,
Okay, so
your attention is being called to the time. You have 5, maybe you're going beyond 5 minutes. Wrap up, please.
Okay.
All right, so have this
Please proceed, Patricia, and wind down on your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Normally, so when we have cases brought to attention, the first thing we do is actually to see how we can get in touch with the Sierra Leone police, because we've had situations where we go to intervene in these communities and community people become violent, and noting that this is a practice that they actually enjoy doing. So they don't see the human rights aspect, which we see. So when you want to intervene, we have cases where we actually been attacked. So that is why we consider the police first as a security source for the commission's intervention. And then we also have situations where we engage heads of the secret societies, because normally we are the victims ahead, we also engage them. And then before we go to the radio now and make some positive, noise about it, to make sure that attention is actually drawn. Now, we have over the years to date continued to extensively advocate and raise awareness on female genital mutilation within the community in collaboration with our other partners. And we have been very robust also in doing this in the media. And then over the past years, the Commission has also observed for every year the International Zero Tolerance Day on FGM, where we go to schools to raise awareness, especially among the girls, telling them about the ills of FGM, and that they should ensure that when they have cases of the like, they are supposed to forward their matter to the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone that will actually intervene on their behalf. So over the years, again, we have had training and engaged the Sierra Leone police, because we've had situations where people forward cases of FGM to the Sierra Leone police. But let me just say, it's sometimes not taken seriously. Looking at this deep-rooted cultural practice, it's like, so why do you come here to come and forward a complaint on FGM when you know that this should happen in your country? So as a commission, we actually had a very big engagement, one with the Sierra Leone police, for them to understand that this is a human rights concern and how they can also handle it. And I'm aware that in 2012, we signed a memorandum of understanding with SOWIS, and then SOWIS actually perpetrators of the act in 2 districts regarding the age of consent, which is really critical, because the age of consent being looked at in Sierra Leone, and especially in the national draft strategy for the reduction of FGM, is actually 18. But it's really good to state that this is actually not legislated. So because it is not legislated, we are still encountering, difficulties for people to actually respect that. For people actually to respect. So despite the fact that we have the strategy, which we have tried to revive, we really do have, cases of FGM actually coming in. And we also have the situation where we had 10 underage girls who were actually paying attention to a quarrel taking place in the community, and they were all immediately abducted on the grounds that they have listened to what members of the Bondo Society have been discussing. So there is no way that they should be left behind. So they were all actually abducted and also initiated, the highest in terms of age being 16 and the least being 5. Now, the commission was not very slow for that intervention, but we actually had to go to the community on the grounds that they were about to deny them the enjoyment of a right to education, because noting that when you take them there, they've actually take like 1 to 2 months, and that was actually during school period. So we had to intervene to make sure they get back to school, thus enjoying their right to education. We've had several engagements in the country in terms of seeing how we could actually reduce FGM or even eradicate it. Our very serious engagements with members of the Parliamentary Committee on Human Rights have actually revealed, and this I can see with authority, what are some of the constraints or challenges posed in terms of realizing Article 5B. We have to look at the political space. The political space is actually one major constraint, this is not something which we're actually going to talk about lightly. I mean, because politicians, they have a very strong grip in their communities. And I do remember that during one of our engagements, it was made very clear that when a politician comes to this particular community, and then you say, I'm going to support the initiation of 20 to 30 girls, automatically famous. Okay, thank you very much. Hello?
Madam Patricia, thank you very much for the passion and for a very rich narration in terms of what is happening in Sierra Leone at the National Human Rights Commission. I'm compelled to intervene because there are so many other panelists who are waiting to join, and we need to have the exchange with the people online. But thank you, but just share the statement with us and we will engage appropriately. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Patricia. I think the moderator has been trying to draw your attention for the past 5 minutes here. Thank you very much. Suzanne, you can call
thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we shall move on to the next panelist, who is Imam Bashiru Drabi, who is the Imam for Pakuna Central Mosque in the Gambia.
Madam Chair. Hello?
Please proceed, we can hear you.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for inviting me to this important discussion about a very vital issue in our country these days. But for the sake of time, I'll just get into it straight up. It is a fact of history that Islam is not responsible for the genesis of FGM. But there is a strange coincidence between the spread of FGM in Africa and the rise of Islam. That is because whereas the European slavers preferred in their slave trading, male slaves, and paid more for them, the Arab slavers preferred female slaves more for their sexual and reproductive potential. And FGM was powerful, a very powerful tool in the hands of the slavers to help them minimize the risk of pregnancy before the female slaves reach the slave markets in the Arab world. Furthermore, some of the very Arab traders who introduced the Africans Islam were also involved in the slave trade. So it is not at all difficult to see why a lot of Africans or African Muslims believe that FGM and Islam belong together. And to muddy the waters further, there are purported sayings of the Holy Prophet that seem to condone the practice of FGM. But all of these notwithstanding, the evidence against FGM in Islam is overwhelming. Firstly, there are 6,238 verses in the scripture, Islamic scripture, which is the Quran, and none of those verses made any mention of FGM. The Quran being the principal lawgiver in Islam, totally, absolutely, 100% silent on FGM, which is very, very interesting. Secondly, the human body, according to the Quran, is sacred and inviolable. So the injuring of the human organ without justification in Islam is punishable by similar act to deter others. And the Quran said, and I quote, "We ordain for them therein a life for a life, an eye for an eye, a nose for a nose, an ear for an ear, a tooth for a tooth. And for injuries, there are retributions for each of them. And whoever does not judge by what Allah has revealed, then those are the wrongdoers." Thirdly, the Holy Prophet had two male grandchildren, Al-Hassan and Al-Hussein. He made sure that both of them were circumcised during his lifetime. And after that, he clearly instructed his to circumcise their boys. Fourthly, the Holy Prophet had 4 daughters, Zainab, Ruqayya, Kulthum, and Fatima. He never attempted, nor instructed any of them to undergo this practice. And fifthly, the Holy Prophet had 9 wives, none of whom was also asked to circumcise. So if FGM was such an honorable and purifying act of worship, as the proponents would like us to believe, the Holy Quran would have alluded to it at least once out of the 6,038 verses. And the Holy Prophet would have made sure that female members of his family had done it before anybody else within the Ummah, just as he had done with the male members. It is probably because of all of these evidence and many others in the Islamic literature that compelled the Independent Permanent Human Rights Commission of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, at the end of its meeting in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, on the 6th of February, 2024, to make the following categoric declaration on FGM. And I quote, "The Commission considers that harmful practices like FGM are mere traditional customs without any proven religious sanction. On the contrary, the Islamic principle and values categorically condemn such practices and strongly advocate adopting legal and administrative measures to comprehensively eliminate these practices, not only as a religious imperative, but also for achieving equality, equity, and social justice and sustainable development for women." I myself could not have said it better than the Commission. Now, when it comes to religious leaders' role in promoting women's rights and combating harmful traditional practices, it is important for us to know that we have a... Hello?
Please wind down, that your time has passed.
It's finished?
Yes, yes.
Susan, I will just appeal. Susan,
Yes.
Perspective is the most important perspective, speaking on the context in the Gambia. I would like to give the Imam a little bit of time to complete and conclude. I'm just appealing. I'm not taking over your moderation. This is a kind of Thank you.
Please. It is important for us to know that we have a huge capacity, we the religious leaders, to influence attitude, either positively or negatively, and that we have a moral responsibility to protect the physical and spiritual interests of the weak among us, even at times when that is not so popular. In the case of Islam, we know that our role model is our Holy Prophet, and his biography is replete with instances in which he challenged Meccan and Medinan society about societal practices that may have been harmful or degrading to men and women following him. But knowledge alone about the just and humane nature of our Prophet is not enough. It is equally important to be skillful in communicating those interventions on the part of our Holy Prophet to our followers in a way that would help raise their awareness against harmful social norms. With this, I thank all of you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving us the religious perspective, particularly considering the pictures used as an excuse in justifying the continuum of FGM. Now we move on to our last speaker of this panel, who is Ms. Musu Bakoto Sao, who is a member of the Female Lawyers Association of Gambia and is also an FGM survivor. You have the floor, Musu.
Thank you very much, Susan. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, for the invitation. My name is Musu Bakoto Sao, and like you rightly mentioned, I am also a survivor of female genital mutilation. My memories of undergoing FGM are not as faded as I would wish them to be. I was about 5 or 6 years when I went through it. I remember being told that I would be visiting my paternal grandmother, who was also my namesake. And I was so excited that I would be taking my first trip to my village. Little did I know that even my father did not know his mother, and that the practice that I would go through would haunt me almost 2 decades later. But I remember returning from my village with my jujus around my neck, walking with so much pride, thinking that I was better than the other kids, especially those who had not undergone the practice. I remember even referring to them as Solima, a Mandinka word meaning the uncut or unclean, because I had been told that going through FGM purified me and it also cleansed me. And as a result, I was superior to the other girls who did not undergo the practice. As someone who has been a child rights activist since I was 9 years old, I began to learn about FGM and knew about the theoretical context. But my real experience of the harmful effects of FGM manifested on the night of the consummation of my marriage. I'm married at 14 years old and coming from a family where virginity testing is non-negotiable. My first sexual encounter was horrific and left me scarred for good. For 3 nights, the marriage could not be consummated. Every attempt made on each night caused nothing but excruciating pain, resulting in physical disfiguration. Not only was I scarred physically, but I was also left in a state of shock and pain. FGM continues to affect my desire for intimacy. For me, sexual interactions would always mean pain and suffering. Although I did encounter difficulty during childbirth, but the trauma, the physical trauma and the psychological trauma that I face on a daily basis remains lifelong. And I know that for many survivors, this is their narrative as well. I would also say that the physical impact of FGM on my bodily integrity has also made it almost impossible for me to seek gynecological care when necessary. As someone who suffers from recurrent chronic infections, I have always dreaded seeking medical assistance due to the reactions that I sometimes receive from practitioners, particularly those medical practitioners who are not from practicing communities. These reactions, while not malicious, leave me feeling uncomfortable, unconfident, ashamed, and judged, because I believe that they do not have an understanding of what it is. I remember the first time that a medical doctor in the United States saw me, he went like, "Oh my God, what is that?" And that for me took a lot. It took away my confidence and so much more. And as a result of that, I would even force myself not to seek medical care because of those reactions. Those reactions, like I said, may not be malicious, but the feeling they gave me took away a lot of my self-esteem. I would rather try to use home remedies, which will result in the exacerbation of my condition, having a huge impact on my reproductive health. Everyone talks about FGM and how it robs women and girls of their right to autonomy and charge of their bodies. Because when I was mutilated, I was about 5 or 6 years old. I did not have a say in a practice that will impact my life for the rest, as long as I live. And for many of these survivors as well, like I said, this is their narrative. My experience resulting in a loss of self, colonization of my mind and my body, constantly question myself, am I not good enough? Why did I have to go through this? And I believe this is the narrative of many other people who have gone through this practice. For an extended period of time, I was neither able to internalize my trauma emanating from the consequences of FGM. Not only is this trauma physical, but it is also psychological. And because I come from a country where mental health is not very much regarded, this continues to be a complicated issue for me. Part of the journey to healing for me is not identifying as a victim. I identify as a survivor because FGM is not going to control my life. It is not going to be my narrative. And identifying as a survivor is very uplifting and empowering for me. And I know that is how many other survivors feel as well. Being able to use my story, being able to tell it. I remember the first time I told the story, the reaction from my family was not very welcoming. It was a backlash. It was about me giving my family a bad name. But for me, using my story, using my voice was empowering for me. It was uplifting for me. And it was me showing to the world that my daughter, who is 12 years old now and turning 13 this year, is not going to go through female genital mutilation. For me, it was continuing to fight to ensure that women and girls in the Gambia and beyond live a meaningful and healthy life, one that is free from female genital mutilation, one where their genitals are not going to continue being a topic of conversation, particularly by men. It was for me using this voice to show myself that there is power within me. And the fact that I went through female genital mutilation, I am not any less than other women who have not also gone through it. For me, it's also holding government accountable by using my voice to ensure that their duty to respect, their duty to fulfill, their duty to promote, and their duty to protect are held at the highest levels. And that is why I use my voice to come out and speak against female genital mutilation, because I believe that myself, together with other relevant stakeholders and other survivors, would be able to end FGM in this generation, not even in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, thank you for sharing your experience with us. There is absolutely nothing that I can do that. And we have come to the end of the panel. We have had a few questions like in the chat. I will read those out and then hand over to the Vice Chair, who has some questions from the floor as well that she's going to handle.
Thank you very much, Suzanne, for that brilliant moderation. And a very big thank you to all the panelists, Faiza from Equality Now, Patricia from National Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone, the Venerable Imam of Latrikunda Central Mosque from the Republic of the Gambia, and Musu Bakutu, who's a child rights activist, a lawyer, and a renowned practitioner in the Gambia, and a law professor also, teaches at he taught at the University of Gambia, and also was the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of the Gambia. And also, I'm proud to say that she was also my student at the Gambia Law School. I'm very proud of that. But sometimes when you interact with people, you don't even know who you're talking to. And with the confidence that you carry, Musu, you're indeed a survivor, you're not a victim. I would never have thought that this is what you had gone through throughout your life, because you're a very, very, very brilliant scholar and a brilliant student. And you've actually risen above the situation that you find yourself in. This is quite commendable. And for the venerable Imam, I keep saying this is my version of Islam. I'm a Muslim and a very proud Muslim, and this is my version of Islam. People who are learned, who are educated, and they use their religion and their education to promote the health and well-being of their communities. Thank you very much to all of you. We now have a few people who have registered to take the floor on this panel. We start with the member states. Etwell, you can advise us. We have Felicimo Lisbao, Ministerio de Justicia dos whatever, from Angola. Yes. Do we have Felicino Lisbao from Angola? We don't have them. We now move to NHRIs. We have Mamba Kona Joel, Vice President, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Human Rights Commission. You will speak. We'll come to the commissioners after. National Human Rights Commission of DRC. Representatives of CPT that we're losing the panel, those who registered, yeah. We now move to the Intergovernmental and International Organization, Gender Justice Advocacy and Campaign Advisor, Oxfam, Paul Vingi. Oh. We have University of Derby, Ekhato Ekhosa, University of Derby, Ekhato Ekhosa. If for any reason you are there and Etwell cannot see you, please send a message on the chat, because I think that happened to us yesterday. Some people were online, but they used a different name and we missed them. So please send a message on the chat, and then Irene will follow up and advise Suzanne, who will be seeing the chat. I'm not seeing the chat right now. We have, and move on to NGOs, Bassam Essam, very similar to SAM here, but it's Bassam Essam, Mad for Peace and Human Rights. Okay, you have the floor.
Thanks for giving me the floor, Honorable Vice Chairperson. Around the world. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thanks for giving me the floor, Honorable Vice Chairperson. Around the world, over 230 million girls and women have been cut. Africa accounts for the largest share of this total, with over 100 million. Female genital is widespread in Somalia and Sudan. Almost 90% of girls aged 15 to 49 in Sudan have undergone some form of FGM, while in Somalia has recorded the highest cases of FGM, with 98% of girls have undergone type 3, which is the most brutal form of FGM. FGM is intertwined with prevailing social norms, gender rules, and other violence, and is deeply rooted in society. Laws against FGM have been in place in Sudan since 2020. Somalia is currently working with the ban. However, the efforts of the responsible governmental and non-governmental actors to combat FGM are unsystematic and inadequate. Honorable Vice Chairperson, social change is therefore essential to reducing FGM in the long term. So in this regard, Mad for Peace calls for training men and boys to become agents who promote gender equality in their communities and challenging misconceptions about FGM. Second, Mad urges the African governments to deliver educational programs with doctors and religious figures that teach girls and women about their rights and harm caused by cutting, as well as we urge the African countries to amplify the role of the health sector to provide essential social and health services addressing the medicalization of health. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chairperson.
I thank you. We now move on to Alan Gari, Africa Advocacy Director, Human Rights Watch. Alan, you have the floor. 3 minutes. Alan, are you there? Yes. 3 minutes. You have the floor. We'll come back to you, Alan, because time is of the essence right now. I see Honorable Maria Teresa Manuela online, and she has her hand up. Honorable Commissioner, you have the floor.
Obrigada, Senhora Presidente. Bom dia, caros colegas. Espero que tenham ouvido. Ouvem?
Can hear you loud and clear, Honorable.
Ok. Eu tomo a palavra porque, efetivamente, a questão da mutilação genital feminina é uma questão importantíssima. Eu agradeço a cada um dos palestrantes e um agradecimento especial ao Sr. Iman por ter trazido a perspectiva feminina, a perspectiva da Igreja do Islão para esta conversa e principalmente a sobrevivente e não vítima, porque se sentisse vítima nunca haveria de tomar a palavra para trazer essa experiência de vida na primeira pessoa. O que quero aqui trazer à discussão, senhora Presidente do painel, é que estas práticas estão se alastrando nos países onde não eram conhecidas. E assim sendo, a sua prevenção torna-se difícil, porque dentro das comunidades que estão a trafegar de um país para o outro, isto ocorre. E eles dizem, essas comunidades dizem que são questões internas e nenhum governo deve intrometer-se. Esse é o primeiro aspecto. O segundo aspecto é que há casamentos interregionais ou intergrupos e exige-se aos outros grupos que não são do Islão, que não professam a religião islâmica, para também submeter ao mesmo rito. E isto está a lastrar. O nosso pensamento deve ser no sentido de tratarmos das questões de sensibilizarmos os países onde isto ocorre como prática tradicional, mas também para os países de migração, que está a tornar-se preocupante. Devido ao tempo, senhora por aqui, e eu agradecia que as pessoas pudessem partilhar o material que usaram para este país. Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Commissioner Hatem had requested for the floor. After Commissioner Hatem, we have Commissioner Leither.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Bonjour à tous les collègues commissaires, tous les collègues de la Commission et les amis de la cabine. Je vous remercie d'abord pour l'organisation de ce panel très intéressant qui colle à l'actualité, je dirais, dans la sous-région et qui a toujours fait également l'objet de beaucoup d'interprétations erronées. Et d'ailleurs, l'éclairage juridique était le bienvenu. Alors, je voudrais juste revenir sur certains points du vénérable imam qui a enrichi ce débat. Et je le remercie donc pour son intervention. جزاكم الله خيرا فضيلة الإمام على ما تفضلتم به في هذا الصباح. Alors, est-ce que je peux parler en arabe ou il y a l'interprétation? Ok, parce que je m'adresse au vénérable imam, donc je vais parler dans la langue du Saint-Coran. فقد تفضلتم بالشرح وبالتذكير لما ورد في non, je reviens au français. Je n'ai pas de souci pour parler dans l'une ou l'autre des deux langues. Donc, je reviens au français si c'est plus facile, si c'est plus commode pour l'interprétation. Donc, je disais à l'intention de notre vénérable imam, que je le remercie pour ce qu'il nous avait dit ce matin, mais je tiens à ajouter certaines précisions. D'abord, le fait historique qui a été avancé n'est pas très précis. Dans le sens où ce problème de mutilation génitale féminine est un problème qui ne se pose pas dans tous les pays musulmans. Je dois vous avouer que cette question ne s'est jamais posée en Afrique du Nord. Jamais. C'est une question qui est occultée, qui n'existe pas, qui n'a jamais existé. Et le vénérable imam a bien fait de rappeler que dans la péninsule arabique du temps du prophète, ça n'existait pas. Mais là où il a fait une petite erreur, il a dit que cette pratique-là a été transmise par les Arabes à l'Afrique subsaharienne. Alors, il faut faire attention. Ce n'est pas une transmission, parce que quand on dit arabe, c'est trop vague. C'est comme certains Européens disent les Africains. Quels Africains? Parce que si on veut parler d'arabe d'un point de vue historique, ce sont les gens de l'Arabie. Ce ne sont pas des gens de l'Afrique du Nord ou des Égyptiens. Alors, le cas s'est posé en Afrique du Nord après 2011, où certaines personnes venues d'Orient voulaient insinuer que cette pratique de l'excision venait de la religion. Mais c'était faux. La religion n'a jamais dit. Et je remercie le vénérable imam qui l'a dit. Ça n'a jamais existé, le prophète n'en a jamais parlé. Mais ces gens qui voulaient induire donc, le doute dans l'esprit des musulmans, surtout ceux qui ne possèdent pas la langue arabe, alors, qu'est-ce qu'on fait sortir? Ce qui est certain, le Coran n'en parle pas. Ça, c'est clair, c'est établi. Alors, ils nous sortent ce qu'on appelle un hadith. Le hadith, c'est le recueil des dires des paroles du prophète. Mais ceux qui connaissent bien la religion, les hadiths du prophète sont classés. Il y a ce qu'on appelle les hadiths sûrs, bien établis, avec la source, etc. Et les deux ouvrages de référence, les hadiths Muslim et hadiths al-Bukhari. Et il y a les hadiths al-Mutawatir, qui sont, je dirais, d'intensité moyenne. Et les hadiths al-Da'if, c'est-à-dire les hadiths très faibles, qui n'ont aucune valeur. Et se basant sur un hadith très faible, qu'ils ont ressorti, et je pense que c'est une création humaine de ces gens-là, pour dire que ça pourrait être accepté. Mais, dans des cas comme ça, je ne vous cache pas, je suis allé voir un grand docteur de la religion de la Zitouna à Tunis, et je lui ai posé la question, il m'a dit, je ne te réponds pas. Je consulte d'abord les jurisconsultes. La réponse qu'il m'a donnée, que il y a quelques années, alors il y a chez les musulmans ce qu'on appelle al-ijma', c'est-à-dire la position qui va être adoptée par la majorité des jurisconsultes. Et tous les jurisconsultes, ceux qui sont au Caire, ceux qui sont à Tunis, et ceux qui travaillent maintenant en Arabie Saoudite, au Qatar, etc., tous ces gens-là ont dit qu'il y a plus de mal que de bien dans cette histoire-là. Et donc, notre unanimité, c'est qu'il n'y a pas de décision, elle n'est pas bonne pour la santé de la femme. Donc, la religion ne pousse pas à ça. Donc, c'est pour dire que c'est une chose d'origine sociale qui a existé. Et alors, me référant à des historiens, cette pratique-là, ils m'ont dit, elle est nilotique. C'est-à-dire qu'elle vient dans cette partie entre le Soudan et l'Égypte actuelle. Et c'est là qu'elle s'est développée il y a des millénaires. Et cette pratique sociale a été un peu, elle a voyagé, comme l'a dit ma sœur Maria Thérèse. Donc, je remercie encore une fois Madame la Présidente. Comme on dit, la religion lève la main de cette histoire-là. Il ne faut pas couvrir ça avec la religion. Il faut laisser Dieu à sa place. Et ce que font les hommes, c'est autre chose. Je vous remercie. Je vous rends la parole.
Honorable Commissioner Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, staff and interpreters, and our moderator for this panel. First, let me say that I would like to congratulate the Vice Chair for convening this panel and for the selection of the presenters that presented to us this morning. It is very refreshing to hear from a respected religious leader, the Imam, clarify for us that this practice is not religious in any way, and the examples he has given to us to demonstrate that FGM is not in the Quran. And so that is very refreshing. Also to, I think I'm online. Also to the other presenters, the last presenter giving her own personal experience and her own advocacy is very empowering. The other presenters too shared their views, and we thank them for that. I want to start by saying that FGM is an industry. It is a huge, huge industry. Before the ICPD in 1994, because you have to allow me sometimes to go back to that, we realized that just talking about FGM alone was not going to reduce the problem. So you have to address.
Commissioner, the guys remind me it's tea break now, so I'll give you 2 more minutes just out of consideration. And because Commissioner Selma is waiting, the panel has to round up and we have to launch our newsletter also. 2 more minutes. You could.
I
guys
don't know.
reminding me.
Commissioner Hatem had the whole morning. Chair, I want to say, Chair, I want to say that when we were trying to fight FGM and we made some progress, we linked the practice to the medical challenges that it was giving to girls. And this is what the last testimony was all about. What happens to a girl when she goes through FGM? And so she mentioned about her medical issues, bleeding, some of them die, some of them suffer for life, fistula, and they go through all this. And I think we were successful in putting FGM in the global map. And so some progress was made. Now, I've listened to the Vice Chair's opening speech where she's talked about the regression in some countries, but also the medicalization of FGM. And I want to say that what has happened is that the pushback that we are having, that we are facing, is that the same people that we tried to deal with during the bringing the industry to its knees went underground. For example, we came up with issues of passage, rights of passage to substitute for FGM, but the allies still remained. So what they have done is they have gone and said, okay, since girls are dying or they are suffering because it's being done in a clandestine manner. Why don't we do it in a medical hospital? So in other words, the whole fight has become more complicated. It has got now professionals. Before we were dealing with traditional leaders, now professionals are on board. So you need to know that it is a bigger fight to deal with FGM. Lastly, to say that during COVID-19, a lot of things went underground. We know that there was resurgence of many diseases, HIV/AIDS, teenage pregnancy went up, and so did FGM. So the period when we were under lockdowns, these things went underground, and they have regrouped, and they're back. And so it is very important to deal with this. Chair, I won't take your time,
floor to Commissioner
but to
Selma now.
conclude by saying
please.
that any job you do without targets becomes a good sideshow. If we want to finish FGM like we did those days, we had targets. We said this 5 years, we are going to bring the race from this to this. So if now we just talk and invite people and we listen and we cry without targeting, coming up with targets of how we are going to make interventions to reduce FGM, it's going to continue increasing. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Commissioner Selma, so that I can hand back to the moderator, because there's also some questions on the chat box so that the panelists can each be given. Chair is telling me that we to break now.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Vice-Présidente, honorable commissaire, membres du secrétariat, interprètes, honorables participants, bonjour. Je voudrais, Madame la Vice-Présidente, tout d'abord vous remercier pour ce panel et vous féliciter particulièrement pour le choix de la thématique. Une thématique qui porte sur un débat qui bat sans plein aujourd'hui dans certaines régions africaines. Je tiens également à féliciter l'ensemble des panélistes pour la qualité de leur communication et intervention qui ont permis surtout d'apporter des éléments de réponse, d'éclaircir et de corriger certaines idées reçues, notamment sur la position de l'islam par rapport à cette pratique néfaste qui est commise à l'encontre des femmes et des jeunes filles. Je vous remercie, Madame la Vice-Présidente, et je vous redonne la parole.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner Selma and Honorable Commissioners Letha and Hatem for your contribution, and Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela online for your contribution to this. I'd like to hand over back to the moderator just to call on the panelists to give them 1 minute each to round up and maybe highlight some of the questions that came from the chat box so that at least they can just speak to them. Few minutes. But before doing that, I just listened to Commissioner Hatem making a distinction between Arabs and Arab-speaking people and Arabia. But in our part of Africa, we're aware of two forms of slave trade: this transatlantic slave trade, which was going to the New World in America, and the trans-Saharan slave trade, which in our part of the world, we consider it as the Arabs taking Black Africans. So, and that is in history, and we cannot rewrite history in this commission. So when we talk about the trans-Saharan slave trade, we talk about the Arabs and what they did to Africa south of the Sahara. So this is just one of the things I wanted to comment. And also, because the historical narrative, it's also important for us to highlight the fact that at this moment, the National Assembly Committee, the relevant committee of the National of the Gambia, is actually deliberating, and they're inviting stakeholders. And the most recent one was an invitation from a consultant urologist of the Gambia, who reiterated the fact that FGM is not sanctioned. In fact, it's against the ethics of medical practice, because anything that is harmful, doctors are not allowed to engage in it. So that those medical practitioners who are actually trying to promote FGM are doing it against the medical ethics of the profession, because the ethics of the profession does not allow you to inflict harm on a human being. You can actually reconstruct after the harm is inflicted, but you cannot do it. And this is, I should have mentioned it when I was doing my presentation. It was shared with me last night very, very good. I'll share with Dr. Lita also that the fact that this is something that is ongoing right now at the moment. I hand back to Suzanne quickly to round up, and then we can launch newsletter. We are really infringing on the right to food. It's now health break.
Thank you, Vice Chair. There were a number of questions came online, but in the interest of time, I'm going to summarize. For example, International Lawyers Organization had a number of questions, but perhaps I'll pick just in which they are asking about the role of the East African Community Court of Justice in ending FGM, and wondering whether the Commission has been in cooperation with the Women's Parliamentary Committee of the International Parliamentary Union, which recently initiated a project to combat FGM, as well as the Civil Committee, which today in Geneva will be discussing, among other things, FGM. And I think there was also a question which I believe has been answered during the course of presentations from the Gambian Embassy in Addis, who were asking about the role of society, human rights organizations, and stakeholders to shift the narrative from FGM being a necessary religious duty. So these are some of the questions that came up online, but very quickly, if you can, even in 30 seconds, I'll ask the panelists to just do the wind up of their presentations. You are also welcome to skip if you have.
Imam, can you start? We start with Imam quickly because a lot of issues came. If Imam is still there, otherwise we move on.
Yeah, the Imam is here.
Venerable Imam, yes. Just a roundup.
Yeah, we would like to thank you very much for this very, very important discussion. As far as the Gambia is concerned, we need these discussions, and as the Vice Chair has just alluded to, we are in a we are at a crossroads in terms of FGM, and we really need the international community to help us to pressurize the authorities in the Gambia, including the National Assembly members, to help us defeat these tactics that they are trying to mobilize so that they would reintroduce FGM back here in the Gambia. It's very disturbing, and we would like we actually need the help of the international community. So we thank you all for your help in advance, and thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair. Thank you very much on behalf of Gambia religious leaders. We thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sonko, do you have any last words?
Thank you very much, Chair, for getting back to us again. It's very important that we recognize this process is very important. It's very important to help us to pave the way forward. As we know, the introduction of this private member bill to repeal the Women's Amendment Act of 2015, government of the Gambia has been in consultation with the National Assembly, as the Vice Chair has said, and our position is still to uphold the law and also prohibits the practice of FGMC in the Gambia. Despite this position to maintain the law, we have to allow the due parliamentary process to ensure that we demonstrate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Suzanne, we quickly move. have the last word. Now I have to intervene because I am at the risk of being sanctioned here because of time. I'll just have the last word from Musu, please. Just one parting remark quickly. I apologize to the other panelists to thank them, but we really, this panel actually generated a lot of interest, and I thank everybody. I'll just give Musu the last word.
I think for me, there's a duty and responsibility on the part of the Gambia government, and the Gambia government needs to do what they need to do so that they do not fail women and girls in the Gambia. Because this is important, this is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've heard that from the Gender Ministry saying that the position is the one the law to remain. Recognizing the fact that it's a private member's bill, the parliamentary process has to continue, but government is saying that we want the position to remain. So the call to action for the government is to do all within their powers to make sure that the bill doesn't go through, because they have their parliamentarians in the National Assembly. Yes, we believe in the separation of powers, but the government party has the majority in the National Assembly. We will appeal, that's the appeal from the panelists. Having said that, we come to the end of the panel. And at this point, Edward, if you can just put the newsletter on the screen. Since it's a hybrid session, we have the singular honor to launch the second edition of the Maputo at 20 newsletter, dedicated to the victims and survivors of FGM. As I said, this should serve as a reminder of the urgency and importance of our work. Provides a platform to amplify the voices of survivors and share their stories, raising awareness and fostering dialogue on these critical issues. This is the newsletter. It will now be made available to all of you online. We'll share it with all the panelists, the commissioners, and all the participants of this very panel. And I thank you all for taking part and for for your passion and interest that has been generated throughout. Thank you very much, and I apologize to the chair for running over the time. I have my apology. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Félicitations à vous-même et aux autres panélistes. Conformément au programme, on prend une pause café et puis nous allons revenir pour Human Rights Situation in Africa. Merci. 30 minutes. à nos travaux. Nous avons pris une petite pause. Nous allons continuer avec notre agenda d'aujourd'hui, Human Rights Situation in Africa. J'ai la liste des différents intervenants. On va commencer par les délégués des Member States. Sahrawi République, El Ghaibi, Abdullah Mouloud. Est-ce qu'il est en ligne? Sahrawi République, El Ghaibi, Abdullah Mouloud. Est-ce qu'il est en ligne? 7 minutes. Sahrawi? Sahrawi République? Are they online?
هل تسمعونني؟
Oui, vous pouvez prendre la parole 7 minutes.
Okay. I speak Arab.
Non,
سأتحدث اللغة العربية.
on a la traduction arabe, je pense.
Okay.
Vous êtes prêts?
Okay.
Thank you very much. You can start, please.
مداخلة الجمهورية العربية الصحراوية الديمقراطية خلال الدورة العادية 79 للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب بانغول غامبيا 14 إلى 24 ماي 2024. السيد رئيس اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، مندوبي الدول الكرام، السادة والسيدات، الحضور، تتشرف الجمهورية الصحراوية بتناول الكلمة أمامكم لتقديم إحاطة للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب ولمندوبي الدول الأطراف والحضور الكريم حول بعض التطورات المتعلقة بوضعية حقوق الإنسان بالجمهورية العربية الصحراوية الديمقراطية، بالإضافة إلى أهم الانشغالات والتحديات التي تواجهها فيما يخص تعاطيها مع اللجنة ومع آليات حقوق الإنسان الإفريقية عموما، بالإضافة إلى التحديات التي تواجهها كبلد ما تزال أجزاء هامة منه واقعة تحت الاحتلال العسكري المباشر من طرف دولة عضوا أخرى في الاتحاد الإفريقي، وهي المملكة المغربية، التي تواصل انتهاك حقوق الإنسان بشكل منهجي وخطير، بالإضافة إلى انتهاكها لحق الشعب الصحراوي في تقرير المصير والحرية الذي يعتبر حقا أصيلا في القانون الدولي والإفريقي، وعرقلته المتواصلة لأي حل سلمي للنزاع بما يمكن من إنهاء آخر فصل من فصول تصفية الاستعمار في القارة الإفريقية. السيد الرئيس، تعمل الجمهورية الصحراوية بشكل مستمر على الوفاء بالتزاماتها كعضو مؤسس للاتحاد الإفريقي وكطرف في الميثاق الإفريقي لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب عبر مواصلة مصادقتها على مختلف المعاهدات والبروتوكولات الإفريقية، والتي كان آخرها إيداعها سنة 2023 لصكوك المصادقة على 3 بروتوكولات مكملة لميثاق حقوق الإنسان والشعوب المتعلقة بحقوق ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة وحقوق المرأة في إفريقيا وحقوق المسنين. كما صادق برلمان الجمهورية الصحراوية يوم 12 ماي 2024 الأخير على القانون المتضمن لصك التصديق على الميثاق الإفريقي لحقوق الطفل ورفاهيته ضمن أشغال الدورة الربيعية للبرلمان، وهو ما يؤكد على التزام الجمهورية الصحراوية باحترام حقوق الإنسان وإصرارها على تحقيق تقدم متواصل في هذا المجال عبر إدماج المعاهدات والقوانين الإفريقية في التشريعات الوطنية. الجمهورية الصحراوية كدولة طرف واصلت أيضا التعاطي الإيجابي مع اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب عبر حضور دوراتها وتقديم مداخلات مفصلة لها حول وضعية حقوق الإنسان بالبلد، رغم الكثير من المآخذ التي تسجلها بأسف كبير على الطريقة التي تواصل بها اللجنة تجاهل وضعية حقوق الإنسان بالجمهورية الصحراوية، لا سيما في المناطق المحتلة من طرف المغرب، رغم وفرة المعلومات حول هذه الانتهاكات التي لا يخلو أي تقرير دولي لكل المنظمات المعنية بحقوق الإنسان ولبعض الهيئات الأممية المعنية منها. وفي هذا السياق تريد الجمهورية الصحراوية أن تسجل أن آخر زيارة ميدانية أجرتها اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب للجمهورية الصحراوية كانت سنة 2012، والتي تمت بشكل غير مكتمل، حيث أن بعثة اللجنة لم تتمكن من زيارة المناطق المحتلة الواقعة تحت الاحتلال العسكري المغربي غير الشرعي حتى الساعة، بالرغم من وجود عدة قرارات للاتحاد تدعوها لبذل الجهود المضاعفة من أجل إجراء هذه الزيارات، بما في ذلك القرار الأخير الصادر عن المجلس التنفيذي في دورته شهر فبراير 2021. من جهة أخرى تسجل الجمهورية الصحراوية كذلك بأسف شديد إصرار اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب على تجاهل إثارة وضعية حقوق الإنسان المثيرة للقلق في المناطق المحتلة من الجمهورية الصحراوية، خاصة بعد عودة الحرب للمنطقة بين طرفي النزاع منذ شهر فبراير 2020، وذلك رغم محاولات الجمهورية الصحراوية مرارا وتكرارا إثارة الموضوع. في هذا الإطار فوجئنا بالقرار المنحاز التي قدمتها اللجنة الإفريقية في مناسبتين سابقتين على الأقل عبر تقارير نشاطاتها أمام لجنة الممثلين الدائمين للاتحاد الإفريقي، والتي قالت فيها أن قضية الصحراء الغربية لا يمكن أن تناقش في هياكل الاتحاد الإفريقي من خلال تطبيق قرار قمة الاتحاد الإفريقي رقم 693 الصادر سنة 2018، والذي يدعو لتكليف ترويكا الاتحاد بمتابعتها والتقرير عنها للقمة فقط. وقد وجهت الجمهورية الصحراوية عن طريق تمثيليتها الدائمة لدى الاتحاد الإفريقي مذكرة شفوية رسمية لسكرتاريا اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب المؤرخة يوم 25 يناير 2024 حول هذه القراءة المغلوطة والانتقائية للقرار، مذكرة بأن القرار 693 لا يمكنه بتاتا أن يلقي مسؤولية اللجنة الإفريقية تجاه دولة طرفية الجمهورية الصحراوية، ولا يمكنه بتاتا أن يلقي مسؤولية اللجنة والياتها عن متابعة وضعية حقوق الإنسان في هذا البلد العضو وفقا للميثاق الإفريقي لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب الذي يفوق في حجيته وفي سموه أي قرار أو توصية من أي جهة كانت. كما هو معلوم لجميع خبراء القانون، فاللجنة لا تستطيع أن تقنع أي كان بأن قرار أو توصية مهما كان مصدرها أسمى من المواثيق والمعاهدات والبروتوكولات المؤسسة للهيئات والتي تبغى أصل العقد القانوني والسياسي والشرعي الذي يربط الدول الأعضاء ويحكم مواقفها وتعاملاتها. وبالتالي فإن واجب اللجنة المترتب على المادة 30 من الميثاق الإفريقي لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب يحتم عليه العمل مع الجمهورية الصحراوية كدولة طرف من أجل حماية حقوق الإنسان وترقيتها، ولا يمكنها بأي شكل من الأشكال أن تتهرب من هذا الواجب تحت أي ذريعة سياسية، وإلا فإنها تكون بذلك منتهكة للميثاق نفسه ومتجاهلة لطبيعة مهمتها كمنظمة معنية بحقوق الإنسان في جميع الدول الإفريقية بدون استثناء أو تمييز أو اعتبارات سياسية. السيد الرئيس، السادة المندوبين، الحضور الكريم، إنه لمن المؤسف حقا أن تعتمد اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب تفسيرا سياسيا لقرار محدد صادر سنة 2018 وتعتبره القرار الوحيد الذي ينبغي النظر من خلاله لمختلف القضايا المتعلقة بالنزاع الصحراوي المغربي، على الرغم من أن قمة الاتحاد الاستثنائية حول إسكات البنادق قد اعتمدت قرار آخر سنة 2020 أكثر حداثة منه، ومثلها يعتمد الاجتماع 984 لمجلس السلم والأمن المنعقد 9 مارس 2021 بيانا واضحا في هذا الموضوع تناول فيه انشغاله بعودة الحرب بين البلدين دون أن يمنعه المقرر 693 من مناقشة قضية الصحراء الغربية. إن هذين القرارين دليل على أن التفسير الانتقائي بل المنحاز المعتمد من قبل اللجنة ومن قبل دولة الاحتلال المغربي بأولوية القرار 693 على كل ما عداه حتى ميثاق حقوق الإنسان والشعوب على ما يبدو هو مجرد تغليب لرأي سياسي لطرف في النزاع دون الطرف الآخر، وبالتالي ما يؤثر سلبا على الحياد المطلوب الذي ينبغي أن تتمسك به اللجنة باعتبارها الهيئة الإفريقية المعنية بتطبيق الميثاق الإفريقي لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، وليست هيئة معنية بإيجاد أي حل سياسي للنزاع بين بلدين عضوين في الاتحاد الإفريقي. وتذكر الجمهورية الصحراوية في هذا الباب بالذات بالموقف المشرف والواضح للمحكمة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب عند إصدار حكمها في القضية المرفوعة أمامها من قبل السيد برنان بارتيلا مورنان ضد مجموعة من الدول حول الانتهاك الأخير للمادة 20 من الميثاق فيما يتصل بحق الشعب الصحراوي في تقرير مصيره. فرغم محاولات بعض الدول المعنية بالمرافعة بعدم اختصاص المحكمة فإن البت في القضية رفضت المحكمة التفسير والقراءة الانتقائية للقرار القمة رقم 693، وأكدت أن القرار المعني يخص موضوع الحل السياسي العام للقضية والتعاطي معها من خلال القمة ومن خلال مسار تصفية الاستعمار في إطار الأمم المتحدة، ولا يمكنه أن يخص التعاطي مع قضية قانونية وشرعية مطروحة على أنظار المحكمة تخص حقا من حقوق الإنسان والشعوب والمتمثل في حق الشعوب في تغيير المصير، أحد المبادئ الأساسية التي بني عليها القانون الدولي والقانون الدولي لحقوق الإنسان. أخيرا، وبالتالي تستغرب الجمهورية الصحراوية القراءة المتعمدة من قبل اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان لهذا القرار الذي ليس هو الأخير على كل حال كما أسلفنا، اعتمد سنة 2018، والذي يشمل أيضا جملة من النقاط التي تؤكد على استمرار أجهزة صنع القرار الإفريقية في التعاطي مع قضية الصحراء الغربية إلى غاية إيجاد حل عادل ونهائي لها. إن الجمهورية الصحراوية لا تعتبر
Si vous pouvez conclure.
Just 1 minute, sorry, just 1 minute.
Ouais.
إن الجمهورية الصحراوية لا تعبر أخيرا عن إصرارها على مواصلة كافة الجهود لتطبيق مقتضيات المعاهدات والآليات الإفريقية التي وقعت عليها، وتعمل باستمرار على دراسة إمكانية التوقيع على المزيد من المعاهدات والبروتوكولات المتعلقة بمختلف المجالات، وتحتاج في هذا السياق إلى الدعم والمتابعة من قبل الجهات المختصة في الاتحاد وأجهزته ومؤسساته لتحقيق هذا الهدف. وتتأسف الجمهورية الصحراوية في هذا الإطار لعدم زيارة اللجنة ومقرريها لها منذ سنة 2012، خاصة لمخيمة اللاجئين والمناطق المحتلة من الصحراء الغربية أو من الجمهورية الصحراوية. وشكرا.
Merci. Nous remercions M. Ergueibi Abdullah Mouloud. Vous avez eu 10 minutes au lieu de 7. J'ai laissé que vous terminiez votre discours important. Nous pouvons vous rassurer, la Commission peut vous rassurer qu'elle travaille dans des conditions de neutralité pour tous les États partis à la Charte africaine, sans donner des avantages à un État au détriment des autres. Nous voulons aussi vous rassurer que tout texte de droit peut faire l'objet de différentes interprétations, et quelle que soit l'interprétation qu'on en donne, les partis qui ne sont pas d'accord avec une interprétation peuvent penser qu'il y a, parce que vous avez utilisé les mots forts contre la Commission ignore, la Commission fait des interprétations tendancieuses et lacunaires, mais nous pouvons simplement indiquer que il nous est recommandé dans ce que connaît la République arabe sahraouie démocratique, le dialogue. Nous devons poursuivre le dialogue avec toutes les parties, et en ce compris votre pays. Moi-même, au dernier sommet, j'ai eu beaucoup de réunions bilatérales avec la République arabe sahraoui démocratique. Tout ce que je peux vous dire à ce stade, nous avons pris bonne note de tous les éléments qui sont dans cette note, et le dialogue devra continuer et se poursuivre dans les jours à venir, sans que vous n'ayez crainte. C'est votre organe, c'est votre institution. À tout moment, vous pouvez venir la solliciter. La commission a déjà été, comme vous le dites vous-même, sur le terrain pour faire le travail. Même si vous qualifiez cette visite de partielle, la commission est limitée dans ses moyens. Elle n'a pas une force armée derrière elle pour aller dans des parties où vous souhaitiez qu'elle aille. Elle est limitée dans ses moyens de déploiement, dans ses moyens d'action. Ça aussi, c'est un élément qu'il faut comprendre, même si aujourd'hui on a décidé que le commissaire aille là où vous vous indiquez. Mais moi, je ne vais pas amener mes commissaires qu'ils aillent dans un endroit où ils risquent leur vie, leur propre vie, parce que si je les perds, je serai redevable vis-à-vis de la commission aussi sur cette question. Dernièrement, nous devions aller dans des zones de conflit en Afrique, dans d'autres pays, mais nous avons renoncé dans 2 pays que je ne vais pas citer. il y a 2 ans dans 2 pays. On n'est pas parti parce que notre propre sécurité était en danger. Et même les Nations Unies nous ont demandé de ne pas mettre les pieds là-bas. Eux-mêmes étaient en difficulté. C'est aussi ça les réalités de l'Union africaine. Mais nous restons, Excellence, à votre disposition avec le rapporteur pays pour continuer à dialoguer. On nous a demandé de continuer à dialoguer et de ne pas rompre le dialogue avec vous et toutes les parties qui sont concernées dans ce dossier. Faites-nous confiance. J'appelle le Malawi, Angela Kaunda, Deputy Director of Human Rights Ministry of Justice. Etienne, ils sont en ligne. 7 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, thank you. The chairperson, commissioners, and distinguished delegates. It is a great honor for me to address the African Commission on Human and it's echoing.
You have the floor. She's disconnected. No.
The chairperson, commissioners, and distinguished delegates. It is a great honor for me to address the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on behalf of the Republic of Malawi regarding the state of human rights in our nation. The government and the people of Malawi are pleased to participate in this session. At the core of our collective aspirations lies a profound commitment to human rights, transcending boundaries and uniting us in the pursuit of justice, equality, and dignity. Human rights are not abstract principles, but the essence of our humanity, guiding our actions and shaping inclusive communities where every individual can flourish. Malawi has embraced this vision through a robust legal frameworks and proactive policies, safeguarding the rights of all irrespective of background and striving to uphold human dignity in all its dimensions. We would like to share some developments that have taken place in Malawi in the promotion and protection of human rights since we last addressed the Commission in October 2023. Chairperson, commissioners, and distinguished delegates. Malawi is suffering from the effects of El Nino, which resulted in prolonged dry spells experienced during the 2023 to 2024 rainy season and floods, which have negatively affected crop production. In response, His Excellency, the President, Dr. Lazarus Makape Chakwera, declared a state of disaster in March 2024 in 24 of the 28 districts in Malawi, in accordance with the Disaster Risk Management Act 2023. And thereafter, government, through the Department of Disaster Management Affairs, devised a comprehensive response to the impact of El Nino, with a focus on disaster relief, infrastructure rebuilding, and long-term resilience building measures. Noting the increasingly apparent profound effects of climate change, the government of Malawi has intensified its climate change response through measures such as intensified tree planting exercises, implementation of climate-smart agricultural practices, and increased use of clean energy solutions. Chairperson, commissioners, and distinguished delegates. In order to strengthen the protection of civil rights, specifically the right to privacy in the digital age, the government of Malawi enacted the Data Protection Act in 2024. This is the first act of parliament in Malawi covering data protection comprehensively. This landmark act aims to providing a comprehensive legal framework for the regulation of the processing and movement of personal data of natural persons in compliance with internationally accepted principles of data protection. By enacting the Data Protection Act, Malawi demonstrates its commitment to promoting a trusted and responsible digital environment where individuals can harness the benefits of digital technologies while safeguarding their privacy and fundamental rights. This legislative framework not only aligns with global best practices, but also reflects our dedication to upholding human rights in the evolving digital space. Chairperson, commissioners, and distinguished delegates, Malawi will be undergoing its presidential, parliamentary, and local government elections next year. The government of Malawi is taking proactive measures to ensure that these elections are conducted in a free, fair, and transparent manner, upholding the principles of democracy and the rights of all citizens to participate in the electoral process. To this end, comprehensive electoral reforms have been implemented, including the enhancement of voter registration processes, the strengthening of electoral institutions, and the promotion of civic education and voter awareness initiatives. These efforts aim to increase public confidence in the electoral process, foster political inclusivity, and uphold the integrity of our democratic institutions. Measures to prevent electoral malpractice, such as voter intimidation, bribery, or electoral fraud, are being rigorously enforced, with mechanisms in place for monitoring, reporting, and addressing any irregularities that may arise. As we approach this crucial electoral period, Malawi reaffirms its commitment to democratic principles, the rule of law, and respect for human rights, including the rights to freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly. We encourage international observers and partners to engage actively in monitoring the electoral process, contributing to the credibility and transparency of our democratic exercise. Chairperson, commissioners, and distinguished delegates, to protect vulnerable groups, particularly persons with disabilities, the government of Malawi enacted the Persons with Disabilities Act 2024. The Act replaces the Handicapped Persons Act and the Disability Act and provides for an improved regime for the protection and promotion of the rights of persons with the disabilities. In accordance with the UN Human Rights Treaties and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of persons with disabilities in Africa. The Act also provides for an improved mechanism for enforcement of the rights by empowering the Malawi Council for Disability Affairs to receive, investigate, and make findings on the complaint, and where appropriate, make orders to promote the enjoyment of the rights of persons with disabilities.
Est-ce que vous pouvez conclure?
To promote access to justice.
Concluez, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you. Finally, the government of Malawi reaffirms its unwavering commitment towards promoting and protecting human rights. As we navigate complex challenges and opportunities, Malawi stands firm in its resolve to promote a culture of respect for human rights, diversity, and inclusion. We call upon our regional and international partners to join us in this shared endeavor, working collaboratively to advance the universal values of human dignity, freedom, and justice for all. I thank you for your attention.
Merci, Madame la sous-directeure des droits de l'homme au ministère de la Justice. On a pris bonne note. Le rapporteur pays va suivre cette situation du Malawi, surtout les conséquences humanitaires avec le phénomène El Niño. 3, je vais appeler l'Égypte, son Excellence, Monsieur Khaled Aref. Khaled Aref. Excellence, vous avez la parole pour 7 minutes. Excellence, Monsieur Khaled Aref. Khaled Aref.
Vous m'entendez maintenant?
Oui, très bien.
Oui. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Très bien, on vous entend.
Monsieur le Président, est-ce que vous m'entendez maintenant?
Si, nous vous entendons très bien.
Merci de m'avoir donné la parole, cher Rémi Lombard. Permettez-moi de donner mon discours en arabe. السيد الرئيس، السادة المفوضون، أعضاء اللجنة الكرام، والسيدات والسادة الحضور، أستهل كلمتي بالإعراب عن خالص الامتنان لحكومة غامبيا الشقيقة على الدعم الكبير والمتواصل التي تقدمه لاستضافة تلك الاجتماعات. أود أن أشيد بالأمانة العامة للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب على التنظيم المحكم والفعال لأعمال الدورة العادية 79 للجنة. في البداية أعرب عن التزام مصر بتقديم الدعم للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب والاستمرار في تعزيز التعاون البناء مع اللجنة وجميع الدول الأعضاء لتحقيق الأهداف السامية التي أنشئت من أجلها بما يحقق مصالح شعوبنا بقارتنا الأم. وأود التنويه في هذا السياق إلى مشاركة مصر في الخلوة المشتركة التي عقدت بين اللجنة ولجنة الممثلين الدائمين بدكار في ديسمبر 2023 للعمل على زيادة القدرات التشغيلية التي تسمح بتمكين اللجنة من الاطلاع بولاياتها بشكل أفضل. كذلك تولي مصر اهتماما بالغا لاطلاع اللجنة الإفريقية بانتظام على الجهود الوطنية في مختلف مجالات حقوق الإنسان. فعلى سبيل المثال حرصت مصر على مشاركة كل من تقرير الجهود الوطنية لتعزيز حقوق كبار السن وتقرير الجهود الوطنية لتعزيز حقوق المرأة الريفية مع اللجنة، انطلاقا من الإيمان بالدور الهام الذي تلعبه. تنعقد الدورة الحالية في ظل استمرار الأوضاع المأساوية في قطاع غزة، فعلى الرغم من العديد من القرارات الدولية وصدور بيان من لجنتكم الموقرة في دورتها 77 شأن المتابعة بقلق للوضع الإنساني في قطاع غزة، إلى أن القطاع ما زال يشهد انتهاكا بشعا لقواعد القانون الدولي لحقوق الإنسان، وعلى رأس تلك القواعد الحق في الحياة. ويعكس الواقع المؤلم الذي يعيشه سكان غزة رؤية انتقائية ومتحيزة وتمييزية لا تعترف بالمبدأ الراسخ الذي قامت عليه منظومة حقوق الإنسان المعاصرة لإعلاء كافة الحقوق والحريات للجميع دون تمييز على أساس الجنس أو العرق أو الهوية أو الدين أو اللون. إن مصر ما زالت تؤكد على ضرورة إنهاء المأساة الإنسانية الحالية وإحياء مسار السلام وضمان التدفق الكامل والآمن والسريع للمساعدات الإنسانية لسكان غزة دون قيود، كما تدعو إلى الوقف الفوري لإطلاق النار. ونحث الدول الإفريقية الشقيقة على العمل لدعم إقامة الدولة الفلسطينية على أساس مقررات الشرعية الدولية وتوفير الحماية الدولية للشعب الفلسطيني والمدنيين الأبرياء، ورفض كافة محاولات التهجير القسري للشعب الفلسطيني بما في ذلك سكان قطاع غزة. سيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة الحضور، تستند الرؤية المصرية لحقوق الإنسان على عدد من المبادئ الأساسية أهمها أن كافة الحقوق والحريات مترابطة ومتكاملة، وأن ثمة ارتباطا وثيقا بين الديمقراطية وحقوق الإنسان، مع أهمية تحقيق التوازن بين الحقوق والواجبات وبين حق الفرد وحق المجتمع، وأهمية مكافحة الفساد لضمان التمتع بالحقوق والحريات. لقد حقق الدستور المصري نقلة نوعية كبيرة في ترسيخ مبادئ المواطنة والعدالة والمساواة في الحقوق والواجبات دون أي تمييز، وجعل تكافؤ الفرص أساسا لبناء المجتمع، وذلك في ظل السعي المصري لوفاء الالتزامات الدولية ومن ضمنها الميثاق الإفريقي لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. تعتبر عملية تعزيز حقوق الإنسان تراكمية مستمرة لم تصل فيها أي دولة إلى حد الكمال، وفي ضوء ما سبق وصلت مصر جهودها في تعزيز الإطار المؤسسي لحقوق الإنسان من خلال اللجنة العليا الدائمة لحقوق الإنسان، وتعمل هذه اللجنة على تنفيذ الاستراتيجية الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان 2021-2026 وهي أول استراتيجية يتم إطلاقها بمبادرة وطنية خالصة تحت رعاية السيد رئيس الجمهورية. شهدت مصر في السنوات الأخيرة العديد من التطورات المهمة لتعزيز حقوق الإنسان والحريات من خلال شراكة حقيقية مع المجتمع المدني، بما في ذلك نشر الوعي ونشر ثقافة حقوق الإنسان والعمل التطوعي والإسهام في جهود مكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف. وتعكف مصر على إعداد تقريرها الدولي الذي سيقدم إلى اللجنة الإفريقية. وأود أن أنتهز تلك الفرصة للإشارة إلى عدد من الإجراءات التي اتخذتها الدولة المصرية خلال الفترة الماضية، وهي إطلاق عدد من الحملات التوعوية الإلكترونية باللغة العربية واللغات الأجنبية التي تنشر الفكر العقلاني وتروج المبادئ والقيم الدينية السامحة، فضلا عن إصدار مقاطع مرئية لتكريس قيم الحريات الدينية وثقافة الاختلاف، وتنظيم ورش عمل بالتنسيق مع الأزهر الشريف والكنيسة القبطية الأرثوذكسية والهيئة القبطية الإنجيلية للخدمات الاجتماعية لتعزيز مظاهر الحرية الدينية ورصد المشاكل والوقوف على الأسباب الحقيقية لها ووضع تصور لحلها. وفي هذا السياق فقد تم توثيق أوضاع 3160 كنيسة ومبنى بموجب قانون تنظيم البناء وترميم الكنائس حتى يناير 2024، بما يؤكد على الالتزام المصري بحرية الدين والمعتقد. وفيما يتعلق بأوضاع المسجونين، فقد صدر القانون رقم 14 لسنة 2022 لتحسين أوضاع المسجونين، وتم وضع استراتيجية لإنشاء وتحديث مراكز الإصلاح والتأهيل، حيث تلبي تلك المراكز الجديدة الاستحقاقات الدستورية والقانونية المستهدفة، إذ أقيمت وفقا لأحدث النظم المعمول بها عالميا، وشهدت طفرة إنشائية تواكب المعايير الدولية من حيث السعة الصحية للغرف والإضاءة وجودة التهوية والمراكز الطبية المجهزة. وعلى صعيد حقوق المرأة، فقد شهد عام 2016 إعادة تشكيل المجلس القومي للمرأة يضمن المرة الأولى تمثيلا للمرأة ذات الإعاقة الريفية والشابة. وتم إعلان عام 2017 عاما للمرأة المصرية بالتوازي مع إطلاق استراتيجية لتمكينها في مختلف المجالات، كما شهدت عام 2021 الانطلاق نحو تقدم المرأة للتعيين في كل من مجالس الدولة والنيابة العامة، في سابقة هي الأولى في تاريخ البلاد. وسبق ذلك تعيين 137 قاضية بمجلس الدولة و20 عضوا بالنيابة العامة و11 قاضية بالقضاء العادي، ليصبح الإجمالي 147 قاضية. كما انضمت قاضية جديدة للمحكمة الدستورية العليا. وكذلك شغلت المرأة نسبة 28% من مجلس النواب المصري، ونسبة 14% من مجلس الشيوخ، ونسبة 25% من الحقائب الوزارية. كما تشغل المرأة المصرية مناصب نائب وزير ومحافظ وسفيرة ونائب محافظ وغيرها من الوظائف القيادية. تولي مصر اهتماما كبيرا بالحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والثقافية، وبالرغم من الضغوط التي واجهتها مصر انطلاقا من استضافتها لما يقرب من 9 مليون أجنبي ما بين لاجئ ومهاجر شرعي وغير شرعي، اضطروا ترك بلادهم بحثا عن الاستقرار نتيجة للصراعات أو لأسباب اقتصادية أو لتداعيات تغير المناخ. وتتحمل الدولة المصرية أعباء مالية عن ذلك تقدر بحوالي 10 مليار دولار سنويا، إلا أن مصر حرصت على أن تنبع مقاربتها في التعامل مع الوافدين إليها على إقرار المساواة بينهم وبين المواطنين المصريين في الحصول على الخدمات الأساسية، بما في ذلك الصحة والتعليم والسكن اللائق والعمل. كذلك فإنه بالرغم من هذا المشهد المعقد، إلا أن مصر تستكمل جهودها في مختلف المجالات، وعلى رأسها تعزيز شبكات الأمان والحماية الاجتماعية عبر مساندة الفئات محدودة الدخل والأولى بالرعاية. وإيمانا من الدولة المصرية بترسيخ مبادئ حقوق الإنسان، فقد تم تضمين حقوق الإنسان في خطة الدولة السنوية. فلأول مرة تأتي الموازنة العامة للدولة عام 2023-24 مستندة إلى مبادئ الاستراتيجية الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان. ختاما، أود إلى أن أنوه إلى أنه بالرغم من التحديات التي تواجهها مصر، إلا أن الدولة تعمل على تحقيق هدفها المتمثل في الارتقاء بمنظومة الحقوق والحريات لصالح جميع المواطنين المصريين. ومن هذا المنطلق أؤكد على انفتاحنا على التعاون مع دول قارتنا الشقيقة، وكذا دعمنا التام للدور الهام الذي تلعبه اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، إيمانا من مصر بأهمية التعاون الإفريقي لتعزيز حقوق الإنسان. شكرا سيادة الرئيس. Merci, cher président.
Oui, merci beaucoup, monsieur l'ambassadeur. Nous vous remercions surtout d'avoir pris part à notre premier forum. Et nous vous rassurons que pour la situation de Gaza, nous sommes solidaires avec les Palestiniens. Nous avons déjà publié au début de la crise un communiqué important à ce sujet. Ceci dit, j'ai terminé avec la liste des États. Je passe maintenant au le rapporteur pays, je crois, de l'Égypte, la commissaire Lita, va exploiter votre note pour d'autres études importants qui y figurent. Je vais maintenant passer au NHRIs. Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Roselyne Odede, numéro d'affiliation 17. Numéro d'affiliation 17. Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. You have the floor, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Commissioners, and distinguished guests. My name is Roselyne Odede, Chairperson, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. I thank you for this opportunity to address the Commission. I will quickly outline the status of human rights in Kenya as of now, and I will start with the positives. Now the positives that we have seen quite some gains in terms of human rights, especially for refugees. And we've seen a movement towards positively identifying refugees and integrating them within a project that is ongoing in the host communities, where we as a commission are working with government to ensure the human rights of refugees as they integrate with the communities. We've also seen the development of refugee regulations, which also promote the rights of refugees. We've also seen a process of access to justice being broadened through the alternative justice systems. And we've also seen e-filing being rolled out by the judiciary, which has expanded access to justice, especially to the rural communities, which are in the far northern areas of Mandera, Turkana, Samburu, and Isiolo. This has actually improved access to justice for a lot of people. The alternative justice system allows people to negotiate their claims and record the outcomes in court and become actionable. So this also is a plus for access to justice. In terms of the health sector, we have seen also the introduction of the Health Human Resource Advisory Council, which, when operationalized, has actually addressed inter-county transfer of health professionals and transfers from one level of government to another, which then standardizes health services for all in the country. We also applaud the enactment of the Social Protection Bill, which is a bill that will go a long way in protecting and promoting the rights of vulnerable people, including providing governance framework on all social intervention. So those are some, and then finally, we also applaud the decriminalization of petty offenses, which again is something that actually helps the indigent and those who engage in petty crimes and end up in the criminal justice system unnecessarily. So with those, we applaud government. But we continue to be concerned as a commission about insecurity in parts of the country, especially the North Rift and the northern parts of the country. These areas continue to see violence, and the government has responded by sending the military there which may not be the best way to deal with citizens. I think we need to involve communities and have a human rights-centered approach in trying to address the insecurity in these regions. We also see increased cases of femicide. It's cases of femicide, and this is of concern as intimate partners continue to kill one another. This is a disturbing trend that we continue to watch. We recently have had a doctor strike that went on for over a month and compromised healthcare, leading to the death of many people due to lack of medical care. We flag this out and encourage government in future to be able to resolve disputes of this nature in a quick manner so that lives are not lost. Finally, we wish to talk about religious rights being used to dehumanize people and actually violate rights. This is the case of the Shakahola massacre, where several bodies were unearthed in a religious setting. And these bodies having been unearthed brings to fore religious rights and whether those rights need to continue unlimited.
Merci beaucoup.
So those
Merci beaucoup.
are our statements. In conclusion, to say that thank you. I thank you for your audience.
Merci. Le commissaire rapporteur pays du Kenya, le commissaire Solomon Ayadasso, va utiliser cette note et vous resterez en contact avec elle pour le suivi. Je voudrais maintenant ouvrir la liste des NGOs. J'appelle Human Rights Implementation Center, Rachel Murray, numéro statut observateur 497. Il y a plusieurs fois qu'on les appelle. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead, please. Yes, we are.
Thank you so much. The Human Rights Implementation Center welcomes the opportunity to provide this statement to the session of the African Commission. We reiterate our previous statements regarding the monitoring of the implementation of the decisions of the Commission, including its own recommendation that it would institutionalize a mechanism to follow up the implementation of its recommendations and decisions. Whilst appreciating that operationalizing a coherent approach to implementation requires resources, we respectfully urge the Commission to use no-cost and existing mechanisms available to it to facilitate the implementation of its decisions. NHRI and civil society submit alternative reports in the context of Article 62. Some of these reports reference the extent of implementation of the Commission's decisions and are therefore essential source of information, not just for the Commission, but for victims and others seeking to understand what the state has done to remedy violations. We request that these reports are always made available on the Commission's website alongside state reports. We encourage once again for the Commission to make use of national mechanisms for implementation, reporting and follow-up that exist in numerous countries now across the continent. They provide a useful one-stop shop for engagement post-decision and identify the appropriate ministries responsible for coordination. We would urge them to request, as standard, its recommendations and its decisions for the state to identify whether such a mechanism exists and its contact details. The visibility of measures taken by states to implement decisions of the Commission will increase the likelihood of victims receiving reparation for the harm they've suffered. As part of a campaign by civil society organisations, members of the Reference Group, to consider the application of Article 59, the Human Rights Implementation Centre urges the Commission to operationalise recommendations to develop a database with periodic updates on the status of implementation of decisions by state. We urge the Commission to regularly and consistently, as part of the working group communications reports and in its activity reports, to make visible information on the specific measures states have taken to implement decisions. And we reaffirm our ongoing commitment to work with the Commission in developing a strategy around reparations and monitoring. In the same spirit of transparency, we welcome improvement to the functionality of the Commission's website and encourage the Commission to place on its website all the statements made by state, NHRI, civil society organisations during each session. So there is a public repository of these documents and the invaluable information and insights are visible for all to see. Finally, we'd like to draw attention to the situation in Biafra. The African Commission has been continually alerted on the ongoing violations against those who identify as Biafran and to the continued arbitrary detention of Mr. Nnamdi Kanu. We urge the Commission to expedite a decision on matters currently pending before it and request information from the government on the continued violations against individuals in Biafra and to undertake investigations, punish those responsible, and provide reparations for victims. We stand available to provide further information and support to the Commission and are always grateful for your engagement. Thank you.
Nous appelons Zimbabwe Women Lawyers Association. Abigail Matsvai. J'ai l'impression qu'ils avaient déjà parlé. Abigail Matsvai. Ok, on passe. Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association. Aubert Borg. The African Child Policy Forum, Yohan Nyanyuki, numéro statut d'observateur 521. Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa, Aminata Kone, numéro statut d'observateur 231. Aminata Kone. The Center for Human Rights, Foluso Adegalu, numéro statut d'observateur 116. Afia Nahaki Institute, Jessica Olga, numéro statut d'observateur 554. Afia, 5 minutes.
The chairperson, honorable commissioners, distinguished delegates, all protocols duly observed. I address you today on behalf of Afia to emphasize the critical importance of achieving reproductive justice throughout Africa. At the heart of our concern is the widespread denial of safe abortion services, a fundamental right protected by the Maputo Protocol, yet routinely neglected in many regions where AHAKI operates. Research underscores severe restrictions on abortions in the legal frameworks of countries like Senegal, Nigeria, Uganda, Malawi, and Zimbabwe, where access to safe abortion services is heavily restricted or outrightly prohibited. Uganda, for example, has even expressed reservations regarding the Maputo Protocol's protection on reproductive rights. These punitive laws not only violate the Maputo Protocol, but also the African Charter's provision on health, life, and protection from inhuman treatment. The consequences of these are devastating, as nearly 80% of abortions in the regions are unsafe, resulting in an estimated 31,000 maternal deaths yearly. We also observed minors being denied access to safe abortion services, even in cases of rape or incest. Honorable Commissioners, the time for action is now. We urge member states to withdraw all protocol reservations to enforce its mandates. Outdated abortion laws must be repealed and comprehensive sexuality education prioritized to equip our youth with knowledge and autonomy. We conclude by emphasizing that only by dismantling oppressive colonial legacies reflected in our legal frameworks can we create a future where reproductive justice is not merely a vision, but a lived reality for us all. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup. Vous avez raison. Les États doivent lever toutes les réserves par rapport au protocole de Maputo. La rapporteure spéciale sur les femmes va exploiter cette note et éventuellement vous recontacter. J'appelle Human Rights Watch Africa, Alan Ngari, numéro statut d'observateur 17, Human Rights Watch Africa, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, Human Rights Watch comes this opportunity to engage with on human rights during its 29th session. Human Rights Watch documented of severe and violations of international humanitarian law by governments and groups across conflicts. The impunity the driver for many. The devastating done now continued. The Sudan Army and the Rapid Forces and have systematically violated the laws of war, repeatedly attacking civilians and committing sexual violence and other abuses, contributing to one of the worst displacement and food security crises in the world. RSF allied forces, crimes against and widespread in the context of an ethnic campaign against the largely ethnic Muslim in West Darfur. The African Commission posed attention to the and adopted solutions to monitor violations, thought the South Sudan Armed Forces Support Forces to enforce its and recommendations. The Commission should collaborate with the United Nations Fact on Sudan, as well as the Sudan Human Rights Organization, to support existing initiatives to draw accountability for crimes committed. We remain extremely worried by the human rights landscape of countries in the Sahel, particularly in Faso and Mali, where many civilian attacks between rival Islam armed groups expanding their control to widespread abuses, and national armed their allies about abusive emergency operations. Islamist armed responsible for conflict crimes, including summary stages on population looting. At the same time, armies and allies have responded by committing war crimes, including mass civilians deemed to be in support. In Burkina Faso, we have documented widespread attacks on civilian populations that may amount against humanity. The military juntas have posed a further threat to human rights by their continued efforts to eliminate national and international scrutiny into the rights, including measures that restrict fundamental freedoms that are used to crack down on peaceful dissent. The African Commission provide Malian authorities with support to ensure that any national investigation into abuses is impartial and independent. Additionally, should closely collaborate with the Special Rapporteur on Counterterrorism and Human Rights to bolster the Commission to recommend policies consistent with international human rights standards, provide appropriate assistance to states and across. We remain deep about worsening rights abuses in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, the ongoing involving the M23 group and other non-continuing violence around Western Ndombe, and rising hate incitement to violence. The M23 grows across civilians as it gained control over large swaths of territory, worsening an already dire humanitarian and displacement crisis, forcing thousands to flee. The Congolese National Army fought M23 fighters alongside the action of militias whose leaders have also been implicated in wartime abuse. The anticipated withdrawal of MONUSCO requested by the government will only limit monitoring capacities in a conflict where impunity remains a driver of atrocities. Human Rights Watch, the Commission, a vital move in favor of across the African and for the attention statement. We look forward to continued collaboration on important issues. Mr. Chairman.
Merci beaucoup. J'appelle le Centre de documentation et de formation sur les droits de l'homme, le CDF-DH. Roger Bettina, numéro du statut d'observateur, 525. 5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président de la Commission. Honorable commissaire, en vos rangs éthiques respectifs, tout protocole strictement respecté, le Centre de documentation et de formation sur les droits de l'homme, CDF-DH, le pool d'avocats et défenseurs des droits humains au Togo, ADDH, et le consortium d'OSC, initiatrice du projet renforcement de la société civile pour la promotion et la protection de la liberté d'association et de réunion au Togo, par ma personne, vous remercie de l'opportunité qui leur a été donnée de prononcer la présente déclaration. Nous voulons ici saluer les efforts et sacrifices de l'État du Togo, allant dans le sens de la promotion et la protection des droits humains, ainsi que la prévention et la lutte contre le terrorisme dans notre pays. Seulement, malgré ces efforts consentis, nous avons noté dans le cadre de nos actions de suivi de la situation des droits humains des préoccupations que nous souhaitons partager avec vous. Concernant l'espace civique et plus précisément la liberté d'association et de réunion, le cadre légal et opérationnel comportant des éléments de moins en moins conformes aux lignes directrices de la Commission et aux standards internationaux en la matière. Le 12 janvier 2024, le gouvernement a adopté en Conseil des ministres un projet de loi relatif à la liberté d'association. En effet, même si l'initiative d'élaboration d'une loi propre au Togo est à saluer, le processus n'a pas été des plus inclusifs d'après plusieurs OSC. À ce jour, une grande partie des acteurs de la société civile n'ont pas accès au contenu de ce projet de loi. Cela est d'autant plus inquiétant si l'on considère les points de préoccupation suscités par la version initiale, l'avant-projet, qui avait d'ailleurs fait l'objet d'une communication de 4 rapporteurs spéciaux des Nations Unies le 13 août 2021. Notre inquiétude est davantage renforcée par les mesures de restriction prises par le ministère de tutelle et les autorités locales empêchant les associations d'exercer librement leurs activités. Le 13 novembre 2023, une autre circulaire du ministère de l'administration territoriale a rappelé à l'attention de tous les préfets que seules les ONG et associations ayant les récépissés sont autorisées à mener des activités sur le territoire national. Or, il est donné de constater que le ministère ne délivre même plus de récépissés aux OSC depuis plusieurs mois et que plusieurs associations attendent ce document depuis des années. Cette situation, doublée par l'exigence d'une demande d'autorisation par les autorités locales, empêche donc beaucoup d'OSC de mener aujourd'hui leurs activités. Au cours des 6 derniers mois, nous avons documenté une vingtaine de cas d'empêchement de restriction des réunions d'OSC et partis politiques de l'opposition. À titre d'exemple, le 11 octobre 2023, la cérémonie de lancement officiel d'un projet sur la liberté d'association et de réunion initié par un consortium d'associations dont la SAD, les UST et le SYNFOT, avec l'appui de l'Union européenne, a été empêchée par le ministère en charge de l'administration territoriale au moment de sa tenue. Les motifs de cette interdiction, selon le ministère, sont l'absence de récépissé de certaines associations membres du consortium et l'absence d'autorisation de la dite activité. Le 13 octobre 2023, la préfecture du Golfe interdisait une activité des UST au motif que l'association organisatrice n'a pas de récépissé et que par conséquent, elle n'a pas de base juridique pour tenir une telle formation à l'endroit des populations. Et le 1er décembre 2023, le CDFDH, en collaboration avec le Center for Civil and Political Rights, se sont vus empêcher une réunion sur le suivi des recommandations du Comité des droits de l'homme de l'ONU. La rencontre était prévue avec 2 membres du dit comité. Monsieur le Président, honorable commissaire, qu'il nous soit permis de rappeler que de telles mesures ne sont en conformité ni avec les standards internationaux relatifs à la liberté d'association et de réunion, ni avec les engagements pris par l'État du Togo en la matière. Monsieur le Président de la Commission, honorable commissaire, aux égards des préoccupations susmentionnées, nous invitons la Commission à adresser à notre État les recommandations suivantes. Lever l'interdiction des activités des OSC qui ne disposent pas de récépissé et s'abstenir de toute action susceptible de limiter l'exercice de ces libertés au-delà des seules restrictions permises par la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples ainsi que les lignes directrices de la Commission. Mettre à la disposition des OSC le projet de loi relatif aux associations afin de permettre à ces dernières de l'analyser et de faire des contributions pertinentes. Monsieur le Président, honorable commissaire, je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Nous allons exploiter cette note sur le rapporteur pays du Togo, mais aussi le commissaire en charge des questions liées à la liberté d'association et de réunion. Je vais suivre ça en exploitant la note. Le mouvement burkinabé des droits de l'homme et des peuples, MBDHP, Ulrich Marie-Donald Bado. Mouvement burkinabé. African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies, Moulay Lahassen Naji. Naji, 5 minutes. Moulay. Is online?
Yes, sir. Do you hear me, please?
Yes, you have 5 minutes, Naji.
Yes, Honorable Chair of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Vice President of the African Commission, Honorable Commissioner, all protocol duly observed, colleagues from civil society. I have the honor to deliver a joint statement on behalf of the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Study and the network of the Independent Commission for Human Rights in Northern Africa. 23 years ago, member states of the United Nations gathered in Durban to outline a roadmap for the noble agenda combating racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. As we are celebrating the 23rd anniversary of Durban Declaration and Program of Action, we affirm that the global fight against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance and all their abhorrent evoking form and manifestation should remain a matter of priority for the international community. We reaffirm that all human beings are born free, equal in dignity and rights, and have the potential to contribute constructively to the development and well-being of their society. We reaffirm that the Durban Declaration and Program of Action of 2001 and the outcomes documents of Durban Review Conference adopted in 2009, as well as the political declaration of the 10th and the 20th anniversary of its adoption, provide a comprehensive United Nations framework and solid foundation for combating racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, and reaffirm our commitment to their fully and effective implementation. However, despite decades-long effort, the fight against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance remain a long and arduous task. The scourge remain racial discrimination, xenophobia persists in all over the world, and countless human beings continue to fall victim of this scourge to the persistent gap in the implementation of the Durban Declaration Program of Action. Africans in Northern Africa and people of African descent have long been suffering from systematic racism, racial discrimination, and hate crime. We are particularly saddened by numerous tragic incidents due to racism. Brutally, such instances are a reminder that a chronic and deep-rooted conduct a thematic inquiry into the situation of migrants in Northern Africa. This inquiry would allow the African Commission on Human People's Rights to gather comprehensive information about the challenges faced by migrants in the region and adopt a specific recommendation for government to address these challenges. Issue a general recommendation on the right of migrants. This general recommendation would provide comprehensive guidance and to government how to protect the right of migrants, including their right of freedom from discrimination and xenophobia. Organize a workshop or seminar for government officials on the right of migrants. Align the laws of Northern Africa with the international and the African Commission on Human People's Rights resolution. The African Commission on Human People's Rights can provide technical support for civil society that are working to protect the rights of migrants in Northern Africa. The African Commission can work with the African Union to develop a regional strategy to address the root causes of discrimination and xenophobia against migrants. This strategy could include measures to promote economic development, education, and access to social, economic, and cultural rights. It is time for all stakeholders to seize the opportunity to take concrete measures, especially in Africa, for accelerate momentum for the implementation of the resolution first of the African Commission on Human People's Rights and the Durban Declaration and the Program of Action to combat all forms of racism and racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. It is time for relevant states to adopt necessary measures as provided by national law to ensure the right of victims to seek just and adequate remedies, reparation, satisfaction to remedies, and act of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, and to design effective measures to prevent the repetition of such acts. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Nadji. J'appelle a Susacao, Observatorio de Políticas Públicas de Perspectiva de Género, Monsieur Hermenegildo Teotoni, numéro statut d'observateur 532. 5 minutes.
Alô?
Oui, nous entendons 5 minutes.
Boa tarde. Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente da Comissão Africana dos Povos, Honorável Comissário do Mundo, senhoras e senhores comissários, seguintes delegados, caros senhoras e senhores, permita-nos, Senhor Presidente, agradecer a oportunidade de mais uma vez dirigirmos a esta marcação da Comissão para reportarmos sobre a situação dos direitos humanos em Angola. Excelência, usamos este espaço para prestar uma declaração enquanto organização da sociedade civil angolana para manifestar a nossa satisfação pela recente aprovação da proposta de lei da segurança nacional em Angola, e as suas potenciais consequências devastadoras para os direitos e garantias fundamentais angolanos. A aprovação desta lei representa uma grave ameaça aos princípios fundamentais da democracia e do Estado de Direito e os valores da Carta Africana. A semelhança da proposta de lei das ONGs, a Lei de Segurança Nacional é mais uma que restringe gravemente o espaço cívico, pois que, de forma arbitrária, concede aos órgãos de segurança, Polícia Nacional e Serviços Secretos do Estado, amplos poderes para restringir e violar os direitos humanos em nome da segurança nacional. Entre as preocupações mais alarmantes são as seguintes. Primeiro, a restrição do acesso à internet. A lei permite que o Estado ligue o acesso à internet, restringindo o fluxo de informação e a liberdade de expressão dos cidadãos. Este ato viola o direito fundamental à liberdade de expressão, o acesso à informação consagrado no artigo 15 da Carta Africana. Segundo, busca as revistas e apreensões arbitrárias. A legislação em causa autoriza o Estado a realizar buscas, revistas e apreensões à propriedade dos cidadãos, incluindo organizações não governamentais, sem a necessária supervisão judicial. Isto abre caminho para abusos de poder e violação dos direitos da privacidade e à propriedade e o princípio do devido processo social, previsto nos artigos 7 e 14, ambos da Carta Africana. Senhor Presidente, se esta lei entrar em vigor, os seguintes direitos fundamentais estarão em causa: o direito à liberdade de expressão, o direito à privacidade, o direito à propriedade, o direito ao acesso à informação, o direito a um julgamento, uma supervisão judicial adequada. Por isso, senhor Presidente, apelamos veementemente à Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos dos Povos para que intervenha nesta situação com urgência. Instamos a Comissão a pressionar o governo angolano a reavaliar imediatamente o conteúdo desta lei draconiana e a cumprir com as suas obrigações internacionais de respeitar, proteger e promover os direitos humanos de todos os seus cidadãos e, acima de tudo, na produção de leis harmonizadas com a Carta Africana dos instrumentos internacionais de direitos humanos. Senhor Presidente, estamos assim disponíveis para fornecer todas as informações adicionais e colaborar com a Comissão Africana para garantir que os direitos dos cidadãos angolanos sejam protegidos e respeitados. Obrigado.
Merci. On attend ces informations-là. Vous allez nous les donner de manière complémentaire pour des actions appropriées. Il reste 2 ONG et puis on passe au rapport d'activité de Forum for Development and Human Rights Dialogue, FDHRD, Agar Adel, numéro statut d'observateur 560. Note online. Media Institute for Southern Africa, MISA, Ngaba Machaz, numéro 291, il n'est pas là. On me dit qu'il y a une ONG qui est rentrée en ligne. Essayons de l'appeler pour le peu de temps qui reste. Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa, Aminata Kone. 5 minutes et puis on termine. Aminata, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Aminata?
Oui,
Non, Aminata.
c'est Aminata.
Ok, ça va, 5 minutes.
Honorable Président et membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, Excellences, honorables délégués d'État, Messieurs, Mesdames, distingués participants et participantes, l'Institut des droits humains et du développement en Afrique félicite la Commission pour la tenue de sa 79e session ordinaire. L'IHRDA est une organisation non gouvernementale panafricaine dont le mandat est de protéger et de promouvoir les droits humains et le développement en Afrique. À cet égard, l'HRDA, tout comme ses partenaires membres du pool d'avocats et des défenseurs des droits humains du Mali, se réjouit de l'opportunité qu'il est accordée de partager avec vous ses préoccupations concernant les mutilations génitales féminines et le mariage précoce, qui portent atteinte au bien-être des femmes et des filles au Mali, ainsi que dans plusieurs autres pays africains. Le Mali, tout comme certains autres pays africains, n'a aucune loi discriminant les mutilations génitales féminines, les mariages d'enfants. Malgré la ratification par l'État de plusieurs conventions internationales interdisant ces pratiques coutumières néfastes, la discrimination, les violences basées sur le genre et les inégalités économiques et l'accès limité à l'éducation et aux soins de santé. Cela laisse les filles et les femmes sans protection contre ces violations des droits humains. L'enquête nationale démographique de la santé du Mali en 2018 indique 73% des filles de 0 à 14 ans et 89% des femmes âgées de 15 à 49 ans ont subi une excision. Malgré la grave conséquence de cette pratique sur la santé sexuelle et reproductive des futures adolescentes, 14,3% des adolescentes âgées de 15 à 19 ans étaient mariées ou en union avant d'atteindre 15 ans. En avril 2021, l'HRDA et ses partenaires ont entrepris un plaidoyer juridique auprès de la Cour de la CEDEAO pour faire pression sur le gouvernement afin d'adopter une loi ou d'autres mesures visant à lutter contre les mutilations génitales féminines au Mali. Nous tenons à signaler qu'une action similaire a été menée par l'HRDA en juillet 2023 concernant la même problématique en Sierra Leone. En mai 2018, l'HRDA et son partenaire malien, l'Association pour le progrès et la défense des droits des femmes, ont obtenu un jugement favorable de la Cour africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et reconnaissant les violations des dispositions du protocole de Maputo en ce qui concerne l'âge de mariage de la jeune fille. En effet, le Code des personnes et de la famille autorise le mariage des jeunes filles à 16 ans, alors que le protocole de Maputo ainsi que la Charte africaine des droits et du bien-être de l'enfant fixe cet âge à 18 ans. La Cour a même ordonné au Mali de réviser cette loi afin de se conformer aux obligations internationales découlant des instruments juridiques susmentionnés, de sensibiliser et d'éduquer les populations sur les dispositions de ces instruments et d'assurer leur mise en œuvre, ce qui n'a pas été fait. De plus, avec le soutien de l'URHRDA, la PDF travaille quotidiennement à la prévention et la protection des femmes et des filles contre les mutilations génitales féminines, les mariages d'enfants, ainsi que l'autonomisation des adolescentes déscolarisées et non scolarisées par le biais des formations dans les filières porteuses. Ces actions visent à contribuer au respect des droits fondamentaux des enfants au Mali. C'est ainsi qu'en 2023, grâce aux mécanismes communautaires mis en place, 109 filles âgées de 9 à 14 ans ont pu être sauvées du mariage avant l'âge de 18 ans, à Bamako et à Nioro du Sahel. 32 filles âgées de 0 à 9 ans ont été protégées contre les mutilations génitales féminines à Bamako et à Nioro. Dans ce contexte, nous affirmons solennellement notre engagement envers la promotion et la protection des droits fondamentaux des femmes et des jeunes filles et des enfants au Mali ainsi que dans toute l'Afrique. Nous exhortons la Commission à poursuivre son dialogue avec les États parties de la Charte, à leur faire comprendre la nécessité de prendre des mesures juridiques et autres pour éradiquer le mariage d'enfants, les mutilations génitales féminines et autres pratiques préjudiciables envers les femmes et les filles africaines. Nous demandons à la Commission de recommander au pays de se conformer à ses obligations internationales découlant des instruments juridiques ratifiés en ce qui concerne le mariage d'enfants, afin de créer un environnement où chaque femme, chaque fille peut s'épanouir pleinement. D'adopter des dispositions législatives interdisant ces pratiques de mutilation génitale féminine. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, madame. C'est avec cette question relative mutilation génitale féminine au Mali et dans d'autres pays africains et le mariage précoce. Que nous mettons un terme au point 3 sur la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Nous allons maintenant passer au rapport d'activité des commissaires. Ça tombe bien. Le premier rapport d'activité, c'est le rapport vice-présidente, Madame la rapporteure spéciale sur les droits des femmes en Afrique. Nous allons arrêter à 13h30 parce que c'est vendredi, donc il reste 30 minutes. Peut-être Madame la vice-présidente présentera son rapport en 15 minutes et les autres 15 minutes seront consacrées au débat. Madame la vice-présidente, vous avez la parole. 15 minutes et puis 15 minutes le débat.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll do my best to ensure I stay within the allocated time for the presentation of the intersessional activity report of my mechanism. That's the mechanism of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, which covers the intersessional period from the 77th ordinary session of the Commission held in Arusha, Tanzania, to date. The report, Chair, is being issued pursuant to our rules of procedure of the African Commission and the relevant resolution that was issued in 1999. The report offers a comprehensive overview of my engagements and activities during the reporting period, structured into 5 parts. It begins with detailing my contribution as a member of the Commission, followed by highlights of my role as Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women, including participation in significant activities. The third part focuses on country monitoring efforts, including actions to address human rights violation and comment progress in specific countries. The fourth part provides insights into the status of women and girls during the intersession period. Finally, the report concludes by summarizing observations and recommendations for consideration. I'll take you to the highlights. The report is already on the website of the Commission, so I will not read it line by line. I'll start with part 1, activities undertaken as Commissioner. And for this one, I'll start with the meetings of the AU policy organ. In my capacity as Vice Chairperson of the Commission, I participated in the policy organ meetings of the AU from January to February. I participated in the meetings of the Permanent Representative Committee of the AU. We started as early as January 15. I also participated in the meeting of the AU Executive Council and the AU Summit in my capacity as the Vice Chair. Also, going further in terms of other activities engaged in, my page is not mixed up. Sorry. Sorry, Chair. I'm missing the page. Violation, I got it from here. Let me continue. I'll just continue because, like I said, the report is on the website. So if I miss anything, the full report can be obtained from the website of the Commission. I also took part in several other activities relating to my mandate as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. I took part in 2 very important events in the United Arab Emirates, UAE. Took part in a fireside chat at the invitation of the Permanent Committee of Human Rights in Abu Dhabi, together with my colleague, Honorable Commissioner Mandega, where we actually raised awareness on the role of African regional mechanisms that is the African Commission, the African Court, and African Committee of Experts, the AU in terms of human rights within the continent, and to share perspectives together with that Permanent Representative Committee. On the 4th of February also, I took part in the 5th anniversary celebration of the signing of the document on human fraternity by His Eminence Ahmed El Tayeb, Grand Imam of Al-Aqsa, Chairman of the Muslim Council of Elders, and His Holiness Pope Francis, Head of the Catholic Church, organized by the Muslim Council of Elders in Abu Dhabi. I delivered remarks on a session entitled Women Leadership, Breaking Barriers and Building an Inclusive Society. In terms of press statements, I also issued a press statement on the 8th of March to commemorate International Women's Day, the overall theme being Invest in Women and Accelerate Progress. In line with the AU theme, my remark also focused on Educate and Skill Africa for the 21st century. So I was able to have synergies between the overall global theme together with the regional team in the African context. On International Women's Day also, I participated in the panel on the 9th of March following the day itself, a panel organized by a consortium of organizations in the Gambia, the Gambia Chamber of Commerce, PF Initiative, and Female Lawyers Association of the Gambia. My contribution centered on enhancing law enforcement to safeguard women's safety in public spaces, addressing concerns specific to the Gambia, highlighting accessible legal resources initiatives. Apart from this, I also participated in the 68th Annual Commission on the Status of Women in New York from the 11th of March to the 15th of March. I had the honor of participating at the CSW with the generous sponsorship of IPAS, a very, very valued partner of the mechanism of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women. And my main involvement revolved around speaking engagements and media interviews, together with the expert facilitation of our partners, IPAS. I attended several meetings on the margins of the CSW 68. The first being the one held on 12th of March on the theme, Financing for Safe Abortion to Accelerate Gender Equality. There I delivered keynote remarks centering on matters relating to Article 14 of the Maputo Protocol, and specifically on Article 14(1)A, B, C, and F, and which play a crucial role in advancing safe abortion within the continent, highlighting the challenges and opportunities. Also, on that same day, 12th of March, I also participated in another event organized by IPAS on disability inclusion in sexual and reproductive health rights towards achieving gender equality. This actually highlighted the intersectionality when it comes to women's rights. It identified that women are disadvantaged, but then women suffering from disabilities actually find themselves actually unproportionally and disproportionately discriminated upon. I place particular emphasis on addressing the unique challenges encountered by persons with disability in their pursuit of sexual and reproductive health rights. And I call for implementation of inclusive policies, programs, and advocacy initiatives that prioritize the needs and rights of individuals with disability. On the 13th of March, I participated and delivered open remarks on building political feminist power for abortion access in Francophone Africa, realizing that the fact that Francophone Africa also needs to be included in our advocacy and campaign on safe abortion rights. I emphasize the importance of feminist activism and advocacy in shaping policy and legal frameworks, prioritizing women's reproductive autonomy and healthcare generally. On the same day, 13th of March, I attended the EDVAR platform internal meeting. The EDVAR platform is the platform of all independent mechanisms in response for women's rights globally within the African continent, within Europe, and within the Americas. This is a global platform of all independent mechanisms, and we work together in collaboration to ensure that we are able to promote women's rights globally, and each of us sharing our perspectives from our regional context. So we had an internal meeting on the 13th of March. This platform actually also had several meetings in New York. On the 14th of March, the entire membership of the platform met with the Secretary General of the United Nations. And this meeting I attended with my colleagues. And we discussed issues surrounding the need to institutionalize the platform and establish a permanent secretariat with sufficient resources for the platform. And the meeting served as an opportunity to advocate for increased financial resources and support from the UN to address the funding challenges and the institutionalization of the platform. We've been operating for a very long time, but we need to have an independent institution or secretariat. On the 14th of March, I also attended the meeting with the African Union Youth and Gender Directorate. This was an internal meeting just to plan for the work we do on types of collaboration and projects on ratification, domestication, and implementation of the Maputo Protocol. The Gender Directorate is a very useful partner, it's an EU office, and we work closely in terms of fulfillment of the objectives of the mandate. On the same day, on 14th of March, I also participated in another planning meeting relevant to all AU organs. So all AU organs that were present in New York actually met to plan in terms of the activities we have for synergies and collaboration, so that at least we're able to represent the Women's Caucus and map the way forward. We also met the permanent representative that is now the EDVAL platform, because like I said, there were several activities conducted by the EDVAL platform. Permanent representative of the Republic of Philippines, who was the outgoing chair of the CSW, to raise actually matters of concern regarding the framework of engagement and coordination between the EDVAL platform and the CSW committee, and to promote a very comprehensive and inclusive approach to addressing the pressing issues surrounding violence against women. The CSW also is represented in the EDVAL platform, but we thought we should meet the policy people at the policy at the highest level to actually foster synergies. On the 15th of March, the platform members also met with the Executive Director of the UN Women, ably represented by the Deputy Executive Director. And I also participated at that meeting, and the meeting focused on measures to ensure alignment of activities carried out by different human rights mechanisms within the platform, with the normative and pragmatic mandate of UN Women at the national, regional, and global levels. We also had significant discussions regarding how we can further establish a permanent secretariat for the platform with adequate resources. On the same day, this was a very busy time in New York, on the 15th of March, I was also privileged to attend and deliver opening remarks during the interministerial consultation. This was a meeting to discuss the common Africa position that was going to be presented at CSW. And in my statement, I emphasized the importance of holding the spirit of the Maputo Protocol, particularly amidst emerging controversial issues, while highlighting the ongoing relevance of collective efforts from all stakeholders in safeguarding women's rights. The meeting was attended by the Ministers of Genders and Women from across the African continent, and it served as a platform for collective discussion and consultation to shape the common Africa position for CSW, ensuring a unified and cohesive stand on women's rights and gender equality. As part of my engagement with CSW also, apart from the meetings I attended, I also had the opportunity to be interviewed, to have media engagement with several media houses. On 12th of March with Voice of America, and on the 13th of March with a media house called Depex and the Guardian newspaper of UK. And some of the positions I took and my statements were actually covered in this media platform. Apart from now coming back to my role as a special rapporteur, on the 18th to 19th of April, I participated in the regional consultation for Africa in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, organized by the CEDAW committee, focusing on the elaboration of CEDAW General Recommendation number 40, aimed at achieving equal and inclusive representation of women in decision-making system. This is a general recommendation that CEDAW is preparing, and this was an Africa consultation, which I participated in and contributed to input in that document. On the 15th of April, 2024, under the aegis of the EDVAL platform, I attended a UN Women meeting regarding the current debate in the Gambia on the attempted or tried to repeal the law criminalizing FGM. And we discussed this implication for the country. And the outcome of this meeting will be the convening of a roundtable discussion in collaboration with the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, UN Women, to engage senior women policymakers in the Gambia on the implication of lifting the ban on FGM and other member states. Of course, this is a convening that will also have the country rapporteur of the Gambia, Honorable Commissioner Lita, to at least give a goodwill message to the Gambia to actually engage, encourage them as expected of her mandate. In May, from 6 to 8 May, at the beginning of May, I also attended the launch of the Human Rights Fellowship Program into Reproductive Justice, organized by IPAS Francophone. And I was invited to do the formal launch of the fellowship program for female human rights leaders in reproductive justice, which offered a valuable opportunity for active involvement with the African human rights system. We actually were able to sensitize the fellows and the young women on the role of the African human rights capacity. And the program also aimed to enhance participants' capacity and knowledge by increasing access for Francophone civil society organizations to engage with the Commission and the mandate of Special Rapporteur. Okay. I also had a panel on the Resilient Inclusive Africa on 12th of May, which was actually part of the NGO forum. I also talked about the roundtable conference that will be held within the margins of the session. In terms of country monitoring, quickly, we monitored the human rights situation in Sudan. Yesterday, we had a panel together with Honorable Commissioner Hatem to actually talk about the challenges that are happening in Sudan, which actually we had issued urgent letters of appeal to actually condemn the escalating violence against women in the capital of Khartoum and other places in Sudan. In Sierra Leone also, we talked about this earlier in the panel together with the country rapporteur of Sierra Leone. We actually condemned what is happening and encouraged the government of Sierra Leone to actually ensure that there won't be impunity for those who actually violated the rights of those young people who died as a consequence of FGM. For Namibia, which is I'm country rapporteur for, you are aware that the sad loss of the passing of His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia. We sent a letter of condolence on the 6th of February, 2024 to the people of Namibia. We also did send letters of commendation to Botswana for being the 45th country that ratified the Maputo Protocol. The situation of women's rights within the African continent is actually very there. We have in the report, we dealt with the situation in Botswana and what is happening there in Central Sahel region, Democratic Republic of Congo. Time is against me, that's why I'm just giving you the highlights. Egypt, Eswatini. We actually lamented the situation of the widow of the human rights defender who's now being subjected to harassment. I need to say a little bit about that. I can just flip over of the others, but it is very important. Tulani Maseko, who actually died as defending human rights, and now his widow is being subjected to harassment. We also dealt with the issue of Ethiopia, which actually continues to report massive violation in the Amhara region, resulting in rape and gross violation of women's rights in that context. The Gambia, I won't dwell on because we already had a panel on the Gambia. Kenya, the issue of femicide, which is on the rise, we mentioned that. Sierra Leone, the same thing. Sudan, we've talked about. Morocco is the question of encouraging Morocco actually to ratify the Maputo Protocol and join the Committee of Nations within the African continent. Zimbabwe, women's participation in political affairs is on the decline, and we mentioned that following the recent elections. Somalia continues to be plagued by violence, and this is a cause for concern. So I just move quickly to the conclusions and recommendations, which we have following the review of the human rights situation within the continent. To the governments of Sudan, DRC, and the Central Sahel region, we urge the governments to take steps regarding women's rights in conflict situations. Women should be included in peacekeeping processes within those countries and given room to make meaningful contribution. We urge the government to investigate and prosecute reported cases of violence against women, especially conflict-related sexual violence, hold perpetrators accountable, and ensure there is access to crucial humanitarian services. To Eswatini, we made a recommendation to implement the required action to safeguard Mrs. Tulani Maseko from the reported instances of intimidation and harassment she is being subjected to, and to guarantee her protection. To Ethiopia, we urge the government to swiftly resolutely address the prevalent instances of sexual violence occurring in conflict-affected areas of the Amhara region, and to ensure accountability. To the government of the Gambia, we call on the Gambia to ensure that the gains in protecting women's rights are not reversed, and to discourage the ongoing process that threatens to repeal the anti-FGM law. To Kenya, we recommend that steps be taken to arrest the rise of femicide within the country. To Sudan, we continue to actually raise awareness about the violations at the national level regarding women's rights. And to Sierra Leone, same consideration. Somalia, similar consideration regarding violation of women's rights. So this report actually provides an overview. It's a very lengthy and comprehensive report. It's on the website, but the time will not permit me to go through it. Just to reiterate the fact that women are being disproportionately affected within the continent of Africa, and this is a cause for concern of the mechanism of the Special Rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa. And as always, we remain open to engage in constructive dialogue with partners, states, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, and the people of the continent to address gross and massive violations at the continental level or at the national level. I thank you all for your kind attention. Like I said, the report is available, the full report is available online.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup. Il reste 2 minutes. Merci beaucoup pour la présentation de ce rapport. Il reste 2 minutes pour terminer la journée d'aujourd'hui. Nous allons utiliser ces 2 minutes pour le débat. Je vois les délégués des États qui ont demandé la parole. Ministère de la Justiça e dos Direitos Humanos. Felizmino Lisboa. It's not online. Je vais pour les ONG. Forum for Development and Human Rights Dialogue. Saïd Abdelaziz Saïd Darwish, numéro 560. Je prends en ligne. African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum, Tahin Banista. Vous avez 1 minute pour la question. Directement la question. 1 minute. Tahin Banista. Pendant ce temps, International Service for Human Rights se prépare aussi pour 1 minute. Directement à la question. Etienne? Ils ne sont plus là. International Service for Human Rights, Amal El Mohandes, numéro 53. Amal El Mohandes. Ils ne sont pas en ligne. Equality Now, Naomi Mwangi. Equality Now, numéro 281. Equality Now, ils ne sont pas en ligne. International Federation for Human Rights, FIDH, Baba Safal, numéro 22. Professeur Baba Safal, vous avez 2 minutes pour clôturer les questions.
Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Chairperson. I'm here for the International Federation of Human Rights, standing in for my colleague, Professor Mabasafal. We had a statement, but due to time, I think we would just like to commend Honorable Vice Chairperson for your report and for highlighting. Our statement was focusing largely on the situation in the Sudan, which has been deteriorating greatly in the last couple of recent months. We are glad to hear about the actions that you have taken, including the urgent letters, and we urge you to just keep an eye on the situation in the Sudan, particularly on how it's impacting women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair, you have the floor to respond and to make conclusive observation. Yes, it's finished.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's rather unfortunate that those who actually volunteered to contribute to this activity report, we couldn't get them. And I just want to give assurances to FIDH that we keep our eyes on Sudan. Yesterday, like I said, Honorable Commissioner Hatem, the country rapporteur, and I had an interaction with the people of NGOs in Sudan, and we had firsthand the testimonies of the women on the ground. But I would like to end by saying that despite notable advancement in promoting and safeguarding women's rights within member states, as evidenced by the ratification of crucial instruments like the Maputo Protocol, the practical realization of these rights remains challenging. A significant gap still exists between legal framework and the effective implementation in terms of often due to systematic obstacles such as lack of political will, deeply ingrained cultural norms that perpetuate gender inequality and discrimination. 2 decades after adopting the Maputo Protocol, a quarter century since the establishment of the mechanism, the mandate, I sincerely hope that our continent has reached a consensus on crucial importance of women's rights for the development of our nation. Women deserve to live their lives with dignity, free from discrimination. This consensus must be reflected in the implementation of gender transformative laws, policies, administrative measures, and other action taken by government to promote the well-being of their citizens. The primary purpose of this mandate is to assist member states in achieving this goal. Therefore, I extend my hand again to all member states, urging them to actively engage with the mandate and strategize on the most effective approaches to realizing this. I emphasize the value the mandate and the Commission place on strategic partnerships in this vital work. Let us all work together towards the shared objective of ensuring that the women of Africa can fully realize their potential. I thank you very much, Chair.
Merci, c'est la Commission qui vous remercie. Vous méritez les applaudissements pour la présentation de ce premier rapport. Nous tenons à vous exprimer toute notre gratitude et remercier également les États et les ONG qui se sont inscrits pour interagir avec vous sur cet important rapport sur la situation des femmes en Afrique. Ceci met fin à notre journée de travail d'aujourd'hui. Nous allons nous retrouver demain à 9 h à la même heure pour continuer avec l'agenda qui vous sera proposé le matin, probablement encore d'autres rapports d'activité et d'autres points qui seront inscrits à l'agenda. On se voit donc demain à la même heure. Merci beaucoup. Demain. Merci aux interprètes. Merci à vous-même, Madame la vice-présidente, à la secrétaire, au commissaire et au staff. À demain.
Hasta mañana, presidente. A todos.